Hello everyone, thank you for having me. 2020, the COVID year. The day before level 4 lockdown was announced, I walked over to my friend's house to say that we'll possibly not seeing each other for some time. I saw him at his window like a prisoner. That was moment for me. That was it. I took my first photo using only my iPhone. The floodgates opened and a new idea was born. Minutes later, I was at another friend's house taking more photos and asking them how they were feeling about current unusual situation. I cannot remember what happened. It was like something inside me had switched on. I had found another subject, a new direction. But first, let me take back where my story started. My name is Laire. I was born in a small country called Estonia that sits beside the Baltic Sea in Northern Europe. How times have changed since then. Estonia is now part of Europe, but back those days my homeland was under the communist rules. We followed the rules and reminded with our non-expressive parameters. Our brains were constantly searching for something too great to express ourselves as a unique way. I remember the shops was mostly empty. Yet my parents managed to convince us that we had everything. If I look back, I actually see that in fact we did had everything that we needed and more. The changes that I have experienced past and the present have stirred my life towards art, dance and photography. I have grown, transformed. When I start traveling, seeing the world with my own eyes. My professional dance background started faded, and I start more and more holding my camera, the little box in my hand, always. I want to share a little story with you. A story about how the lockdown changed me as an artist. 4 years ago, I found myself living on a small island off the edge of the world. Perhaps have you heard Stewart Island, also known as Rakiura in a Maori language, which means land of the glowing sky. It's the small island that sits in the pristine waters with unspoiled nature rich with the bird and the sea life. Here, important things are made remarkably simple with our laid-back lifestyle. Life on the island did not change that much in the beginning. Winter was traditionally a quiet season on the island anyway. My biggest struggle was the fear generated by media, the constant stream of sad news. The daily numbers and infections, so I simply switched everything off. Before lockdown, I had been through a dry spell as an artist. My former muse nature was there for me, but I had no idea where I was going. But I was on my way. I've been missing home terribly. I had felt alone and isolated with my English language in a foreign land, in the southern seas. Even my vodka jokes didn't make me laugh anymore. Sometimes we have to be uncomfortable to make a move, so I did. I pointed my camera to a very unfamiliar field, the field of familiar faces of my neighbors. I did find this kind of photography as inspiring as a nature. I wasn't afraid to admit it. And I use it to make others also feel better. We were asked to stay with our bubble on an island of 400 people. I try to create one bubble to house all the other bubbles, to draw us too close together with our isolation. I'm currently publishing my first book as a result of this project called Cope Isolation, so that the community will remember in years to come when our tiny island found the beauty with a time of fear. I feel I start connecting and accept myself once more because I have found my way through the nature over all these years. I want my storyline and my photography to speak my own language, as I don't like to write or speak much myself. So my photography is my self-expression, my story. So go out there, take a risk and keep your mind open. You never know what next wave will bring. And fill your mind. Keep your sense of humor. I always like to joke about it that I still don't know who I want to be when I grow up. In the last 4 months in my life has been overwhelming, and I felt that universe is upside down and inside out. I feel my old reality has gone holiday and alarm clocks went to die. COVID closed doors to the island but opened doors for me. I want to inspire people and remind them, no matter how bizarre or impossible it looks, it is the first step as an artist, photographer or any creative person. Just take a first step, don't care what the world says or does. There are no rules in the art world, none. It's the matter of taste, following your own style, what's right for you. All life is art, the way you speak, dress and eat. Be yourself, be unique. Shine and help others shine by inspiring others too. Thank you.
Our next speakers are not speakers. They are an a cappella choir. Groundbreaker is from the Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups. The song they did, especially for CARE24.Global, is Galactic Repairman. You are always under my protection, for our love is stronger than the shiniest armor. Founded by 6 experienced young singers in Hong Kong in 2017, Groundbreaker is an uprising vocal group with a repertoire of strong beat music like electronic dance music. They commit to unveiling the endless possibilities of the human voices. Groundbreaker won the champion title of Sing On Jam at Acapella Online Competition. Let's listen.
We are Groundbreaker from Hong Kong, and we're 6 passionate singers who make acapella music. Before we begin, we would like to thank CARE24.Global for inviting us, and we're happy to be a part of this great event.
The song we picked today, Galactic Repairman by DHA, is a cat pop song from our beloved city. Follow us on Instagram at Groundbreaker HK for more music. So now, sit back and enjoy.
除了會痛一切都美好，除了挫折面前仍有路，除了厭世總有某些修補可以做。殘破世界令人學成，悲觀中找鼓舞，來舒減身邊恐怖，能照料你日子都不算糟，盡量去彌補，難逃那煩惱，修修補補亂世中一起創造，沿途在修理着食了的曙光，祝你在亂留下平安，真愛是任何形狀，對付八空千瘡，誰能望穿我？這種健壯非健壯，形勢壞透，只好對抗，由我眼撐着，使你心安。 某位去報，而你有我保養和愛慕，縫了再破，穿了再補，這亂世未必可修理好，存亡淚落估，亦是個情操，東歪西倒，但至少牽手偕老，沿途在修理着熄了的曙光，祝你在亂留下平安，真愛是任何形狀，對付八孔千瘡，誰能望穿我這種堅壯非堅壯，形勢外透只好對抗，由我硬撐着使你心安。漂亮的天真魯莽，若被推倒可再裝，對象的手不怕骯髒，貼着膠紙都盡浪，盡是補丁都發光，結局再破爛同奔往，銀河上邊跌當邊看緊對方，跨宇宙又橫越紅方，不怕在盡頭無岸，遠近我都護航，還能互安慰，不必天氣多晴朗，狂與暴雪一起對抗，任歲月再壞不致心慌。
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to join you today because I wanted to share with you a beautiful possibility, and it's quite simple. It's the possibility that together we can make the world a better place. I believe this not because I am a naive optimist. I believe this because I am a determined optimist. I was born to build bridges, find common ground, solve tough problems. And I believe you were too. Let me explain. I'm coming to you live here right now from Berkeley, California, but my story starts in India. My dad was born during the partition. After the Indian independence movement, the country was harshly divided between people who wanted to keep the country together and those who wanted to break it up into different independent nations. And as the British were leaving, they just decided to draw a line, the partition. They created new nation states overnight, and they also created the largest forced migration in human history. 15 million people trapped on the wrong side of the border. 2 million people dead during this time. And my father was the youngest baby in a Hindu family trapped on the wrong side of the border. And like many families all around, on both sides, they went into hiding. And I was told about the story of my family in hiding and how one day armed men entered the house that they were hiding in. And as they were searching, guns at the ready, my dad began to cry. And my grandma started shaking him. And my grandfather, in that moment, he made the choice that no parent should have to make. He decided that he would sacrifice his son in order to save the family. But luckily, in just that moment, my dad stopped crying. My grandmother shook him and he stopped crying. And I'm here today because of that. But I'm also here today because of that Muslim family that took us in. They were held at gunpoint. They were asked if they were hiding anyone. And they swore on the Quran that nobody was in that house. They chose in that moment when the entire country, everybody in the region, was given a free pass to hate people who had different politics than they did or a different religion. And in fact, you could kill people for less. And they swore on their holy book, they chose their shared humanity over the politics of the day. And we lived. We survived. And I start with this story because often people will tell me that my mission for finding common ground or solving the tough problems is a weak or naive position. But I ask you, how are the actions of that Muslim family weak? I start with this story because I believe at my core that our shared humanity, what we share, is so much stronger than the things that have been created to divide us. And because of that pull of our shared humanity, I'm here. My dad grew up healthy in India. He immigrated to this country and he came with a dream to make it here. And he did. And I was born here in the late 70s, an embodiment of this, his American dream. And like most first generation children, I believe I was born to build bridges. Quite literally, I was that bridge between the old country and the new. And just growing up, that's what I did without even really knowing it. I was the brown girl trapped in the black and white South. I was the perfect daughter with perfect grades on one hand, and then a fierce activist locking myself to buildings in another. I was that punk rock feminist sneaking out to shows, and I was also captain of the debate team, all wrapped into one little package, multiple identities, but working harmoniously together. I'm a mix of all these things. We all are a mix of so many things. So just innately, naturally, always building bridges. And I'm not here to lie to you and sell you sunshines and roses. America is going through a dark period. We're not handling this pandemic well. More than 180,000 people have died. Our ugly legacy of white supremacy and systemic racism is still around. Police violence against Black and brown people is continuing, and now they're vigilantes and federal agents in the streets of some cities. America feels like it is on fire and flooded with ugliness. And that's before we get to the actual wildfires that are raging across California and right in my backyard, and the literal flooding and severe storm damage from Hurricane Laura. And on top of everything else, the climate crisis is pressing upon us. So here's the thing. You probably know all of this already. And if you check the news or you scan social media, none of this is new to you. So I'm not here to lie to you. But I am here to offer a different story of what's going on also. It's a story you might not have heard, but it's the same story of my family and other families. It's a story about the people who are rising to the challenge. They're finding that shared humanity, and they're moving the country forward to a dream where there's freedom and dignity for all. There are numbers of people out there who not only believe this story, but they are doing something about it. Where you have common pain, you should have common purpose. And where there is common purpose, there can be common projects. That's the type of common ground I believe in. This is the kind of common ground I was born to build. And in fact, here, there are people rolling up their sleeves and they're getting to work on common projects. And I want to tell you about some of the beautiful stories that I see every day. Number one, the essential workers. These are the people whose jobs were considered too important to stop working during the pandemic. It includes everyone from healthcare workers to delivery drivers. And we all realized that they were getting paid like they were expendable, but in fact, they're essential. And so right now, we're starting to recognize that humanity. We're starting to change. Number two, Black Lives Matter activists, especially the Black women that took to the streets and declared, "I can't breathe." People directly impacted by our broken criminal justice system, they spoke out. They built a coalition across difference, and their voice led to large-scale criminal justice reform, legislation that's brought thousands of people home from behind bars, home to their families. And today, we're in the midst of a national conversation, not just about body cams and chokeholds, but about the scope and the purpose of policing and incarceration. This is the dream. Number 3, I want to highlight the LGBTQ Americans. The progress my country has made on LGBTQ rights in the past half century is nothing short of remarkable. Even this year, in the midst of all sorts of bad things happening, the Supreme Court ruled that people cannot be discriminated against in the workplace due to their sexual orientation or gender identity. That's the dream. Number 4, the children of undocumented immigrants. I'm sure you've heard about this rising anti-immigrant sentiment in America, and yes, throughout many parts of Europe as well. It's scary. As a daughter of immigrants, it is scary. But at the very same time, there are thousands of young people who were brought to America as children without proper documentation. Some people want to deport them, even though they've never known another home. But not only are they fighting to stay here, they're reminding us of what this country is really supposed to be: a place of opportunity, a place of big dreams, a place where me, the daughter of immigrants, is able to deliver this address to you today. Number 5, young people. Did you know that the young people today are the most diverse generation in American history? They are fueling this wave of protests, and they're also confronting the climate crisis. Sometimes it feels like we're all doomed if America and countries like ours doesn't get its act together on climate change. And it seems sometimes like all of this is going the wrong way. That's not true of the young folks. Young Americans on both sides, both political parties in this country, they are teaming up to find solutions. They're making progress while the rest of the country is yelling at each other. This is true. It doesn't get reported in the news, but it's there. It's waiting to be elevated and celebrated and copied by all of us. That's the dream. And the people finding common ground right now are saying, we don't have to agree on everything. We don't. But where we do agree, where we have common purpose, let's fix that. My steps are quite simple. You find that common pain. Where are we hurting? We allow that common pain then to create common purpose. And then we turn that common purpose into common projects. And from small projects come big projects. From big projects come large solutions. From here, we can confront a pandemic, climate change, racial injustice. So yeah, America is in a dark period, but that is not the whole story. We still have the same ability my father came here with, that ability to dream our way out of the darkest of moments, to find our shared humanity and refuse to be divided. There are people working to write a new chapter, and it's not just in America. Wherever things feel dark and hopeless, there are always people working on a fresh start, a new possibility, a new dream. You just have to look around or look in the mirror. So now's not the time for hopelessness. This is my global call to action. Feel the common pain. Use it to find that common purpose. Now's the time to dream bigger and do the hard work that makes dreams possible. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me today.
So we first and foremost, we have to understand that the future is just an idea. It's a story. And when you recognize that, then you can start to say, well, what kind of story are we actually creating? And this is what influences and creates our future more than anything else. And one of my favorite examples of this is the story of Robert Rosenthal. He's a Harvard psychologist. And in 1966, he met with elementary school teachers and he told them that he had a new assessment, a new methodology that could predict which students were going to have a high level of achievement and which were not. And of course, I'm paraphrasing, so some of the facts here may be a little wrong, but the overarching idea around the story is the same. And that is that he told these teachers he needed to sit down and interview all the students. And they said, sure, absolutely, go ahead and do it. And he sat down with each student, asked them a series of questions, and when he was done with that, he came back to the teachers and he presented his findings to them, and he showed that roughly 20% or so of the students that he had interviewed had a high potential for achievement over the rest. And the rest, he said, these are going to be average to below average. And so the deal was that he would come back in a year, and they would determine whether or not his methodology worked or not. And so, sure enough, comes back in a year, teachers are blown away. They tell him that you were spot on. Your methodology works. You're exactly right. These students that you had selected, they all were the highest achieving in the class, whereas everybody else was below to average. Well, what was more astonishing to them is when he revealed that these students were actually just selected at random. There was no methodology that would distinguish one from the other when it came to achievement. He selected them at random because his real experiment was to show that the story he was telling, if the teachers bought into this, that they would create that. He was showing the power of narrative, our beliefs and our ideas. Essentially, he told them a story, they believed it, they created it. This is why it's so key for us to know, to be conscious of the stories that are guiding and influencing our lives today.
I'm often asked, where do you do your videos? As in, just about 30 seconds ago, somebody asked me that question. Well, the simple answer is wherever I feel like it. There are days when I'm sitting at my desk in my office. Yeah, the background might be a bit bland, but that's where I do it. There are days I'm sitting in my back garden, or there are days where I'm driving my car and I see a park and I pull over to the side of the road. There are times when you feel inspired, and that's the moment when I put the videos together. If where you're at right now is not inspiring you, then get up and go for a walk. Change the background. This is about being the best that you can be. And that's always my focus in helping people and teams and organisations to be just that, to be the best that they can be. But that means I have to look at myself first. And if where I'm at right now doesn't put a big smile on my face, then for me it's very okay to get up and go for a walk. Change the background, change the scenery, change the environment. I'm cheering for you. I'm in it with you. All the very best. See ya.
Hi there. I'm Karen Redpath. I'm from Down Under, or beautiful Australia. Over the years, there's been so much incredible advice given by so many amazing people of all backgrounds. But there's one particular piece of advice that really caught my attention a couple of years ago. And these were the words of Eleanor Roosevelt, wife of the 26th US president. What she said was, learn from others' mistakes. You can't live long enough to make them all yourself. Pretty good advice, I'd say. I wish I'd heard those words when I was growing up and listened to them. But anyway, have a think about it. And please, take care.
In a world of immediate returns and instant rewards, I want to talk to you about the power of possibly what's the opposite, details and determination. Today, I'm at the Basilica de la Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, Spain, and I want to talk to you about how you build structures that survive the test of time, how you pursue ideas that don't just inspire your lifetime, but generations. So, it's 1882, and this architect, Antoni Gaudí, gets this vision, and he starts going through the details, like I literally mean everything. How the light comes through glass windows, where the crypt is, how you seat 9,000 people, what the expression, like literally influences a forest and body in the structure of a building. Like, what is that? We're talking about having the nativity scene, the birth of Jesus in the front, the crucifixion, the death of Jesus in the back, and the entire journey throughout the building. The detail is what people have pursued for generations, which brings me to the determination part. Because while he started this in his 30s, he never finished it. He worked on it exclusively for the last 12 years and predominantly for most of his lifetime. But when he died, only a quarter of it was finished. And yet, 137 years later, we're still building it. That is a power of determination. And so I want to encourage you, instead of just trying to make some quick money or some quick success, focus on details, focus on determination, because then you can inspire generations to continue to build what you begin.
Our next speaker is Anthony Russo. He is a motivational speaker focused on the topic of doubling down on failure. And with every failure, you come out stronger. with more knowledge to double what you are putting in to lead a successful life. Anthony, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello, I'm Anthony Michael Russo from #BeTheChange. I feel like I want to start out talking about the concept of creating positivity, not only in your life, but in the rest of the world. And that's what Be the Change was all about when I started it 4 years ago. We're in a world of lots and lots of awareness, people wanting to yell awareness at the top of their lungs. But I'm going to engage the viewer on this one to think about awareness in a different level. Awareness is the first step in a very, very tall staircase. Awareness is just the tipping point to where then true action has to be created. When I started Be the Change a few years back, I realized there was something void in the United States and all over the world of action and being good to each other. So I'm going to be talking about positivity because that's what I talk about in my own personal speeches, and I consider myself a little bit of a failure expert. I know that sounds weird, a failure expert, but it all ties into this concept of creating action and being the change you wish to see in the world. It goes above and beyond hashtags, and I know that sounds funny coming from somebody with a company with the name hashtag before the actual title. I know that's weird, but ultimately the concept behind it is that stepping point, that first step, as I just said. So for me, when I created it, I started thinking, how also can I make an impact, and reflecting on the success that I had in life, the positivity and the happiness. And there's one thing I kept coming back to, is that perfection is overrated. And when you actually reach an attained goal, typically right after it, there's a lull. And you want to actually think about the journey. And I know that sounds cheesy because people talk about it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. But ultimately, there is no destination without the journey. And I stress that to everybody that I talk to. And I started reflecting on things in my own life and my own person and realizing there's so many things that change who we are on a daily basis that if we don't embrace them, they actually are destined to make us fail more and more instead of fail less and less. Failure isn't a bad thing, but you never want to repeat the same failures over and over and over again. And that's the message I get to pass on to people directly when I give these kind of speeches. So I hope everybody out there is ready. We're going to do a little daily dose of positivity as part of this conference and coming from me. And I want you to realize that even in the failures, there are bigger things happening. You gotta change the way you look at failures. We look at perfection in this mystical way, like we're all striving for perfection. No, we're striving for the concept and the feeling, but really, ultimately, if we're not embracing the good, the bad, the mediocre along the way and learning from it, you're never gonna get to that point of perfection. There's one thing successful people always hold with them and they all have in common. This is what successful people have in common, is they realize that everything happens for a reason. And that doesn't mean you just sit there and just let the world come at you and just say, well, what will be will be, it'll happen and it's good time. No, you have to still attack life. You still have to go after what you want. But when things don't go the way you want them to, take a beat, reflect on what happened, embrace what happened, learn from it, and move on and stay positive. If you want to be upset for a little bit, of course, things happen. I've lost over $1 million in accounts in my own personal business in one day. And I was a mess for literally like 3 weeks. One of my only regrets in my life is that I don't get those 3 weeks back. I wish I would have taken a day or two. But we're human, and we have to accept that. Now, with this said, this is where I want to get a very personal story, and I hope this actually reaches out and touches some of the people watching this right now. So, I've had several businesses, one of them being the most successful and one of them being the least successful. And I realized years after that unsuccessful business, that if that business didn't happen, my life would be very, very different. So this is how I'm going to change your thought process and your paradigm on what failure can mean to you. So in 2008, I started a business called Pride Tags. Pride Tags was a jewelry type business. It was collegiate dog tags. This was right before the recession. I ended up getting a small business loan of 6 figures. I had a great business plan. I was able to put something together and get funding, and I was ready to go. And then on top of it, after I got that funding, I was able to get the licensing deal with the collegiate sports that I needed to really launch the company. If I had created this business 2 years before, just having those basic collegiate licenses and a product was worth 7 figures. 2008, not quite the same. Market tanks, housing market tanks, nobody's buying anything, especially fun little trinkets. That was gone. So all of a sudden now I've got 6 figures of debt and a bunch of product that I have no idea what to do with, and ultimately looking straight down the barrel of a business that is about to fail, and fail big. So I ended up I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin from college, and I had some connections at a motorcycle company, which I'm sure you guys can figure that out. It's, Milwaukee, Harley Davidson. Anyways, I had some connections, or so I thought. And there was the 150th anniversary coming up, and no better thing to do is get some dog tags, some jewelry, get them licensed, and sell them through this major event where 1 million bikes come to Milwaukee. So I said to myself, I'm going to talk to my people. It looks good. I'm going to print out a bunch of these Harley Davidson dog tags. Anyways, with that said, month goes by, 2 months go by, I can't figure out why I'm not getting the licensing, and I've already printed what is left of the money that I had. I had the loan that I'd gotten. I had maybe 10 grand left, and I had spent about 5,000 of it to print these items. And ultimately, I was hoping to triple, quadruple, whatever my money to get the ball rolling and also get the brand and the product out there. So fast forward to, I believe, August. It was August of 2008. I still had not gotten licensing. I had the dog tags. I had to find a way to at least break even on these dog tags. So I traveled up to Milwaukee. I didn't live there anymore. Brought my boxes of dog tags and literally had to hustle on street corners, which is the lowest moment of my entire life. I realized I can help out other people do things like that because it's fun and promotions and whatever, but when it's your business, it is a huge blow to your pride and to my pride, and it affected me. I said, this is something I can never do again. Here's where the positive starts to come in. I had friends that had my back, and I had bars that I had worked with that literally started helping me sell these items, knowing the situation I was in. But ultimately, my mom came to help me. I'm very close with my mother. She's my best friend. I know, 37-year-old male, best friend's mom, a lot of red flags there. Different story. My mom had a chiropractic business that she had since the mid-90s. So about 15, 16, 17 years at that point that was failing because of the economy and some bad luck that had happened. She had injured her knee, etc. A whole bunch of different things were going wrong all at once. But my mom, being a great mom that she was looking forward to coming up to Milwaukee and helping me. And it brought her so much joy to be up there and hustling these dog tags and selling them to people like, hey, $15, yada, yada. I was miserable, but when she came, it made me feel a little bit better. But this is where it actually gets really interesting. What I didn't know is that during this time when my mom was losing her business, she was going through massive depression. And I've never dealt with full-blown depression, and I know how many people, and I'm very happy and blessed that I don't deal with that because I see what it does to people. I see how difficult that is. So my mom was dealing with full-blown depression at the time, and what I did not know is that this trip to help me was supposed to be her last trip. She had made plans and arrangements to commit suicide after she got back. And this was a last hurrah type situation. I didn't find this out till years later. So I want you to think about something. First off, I broke even, but that doesn't really matter in the instance. If this business had been successful and things were going despite the recession and things took off and I got this licensing and mom came up and whatever it might be, and things were good, it could have changed my whole path. Because the reason my mom said that she realized that it wasn't time yet is because she saw me struggling. She saw her son, her only son, struggling. And she knew that she still needed to be on this earth a little bit longer. She needed to be there for me. She had purpose. So if I was successful in that moment, even if it was for a couple days or even if it was for a month at that point, and it gave her the guise that everything was okay and she wasn't needed, I might not have my mom anymore. So in what to me was my biggest failure in business in my life, completely defunct, 6 figures, it did not work out, had to pay back the loan with the other businesses I started after. This was a epic, in some cases would call epic failure. But by looking at it, the positive now, and actually the positive then, because I had a lot of joy that weekend getting to work with my mom and gratitude to her and the people around me. Years went by without me realizing how important that failure was. Every time you fail in life, get back up, analyze why you failed so that it doesn't happen again. Don't sulk in it, but analyze it and realize it's making you stronger. And if you really look at it, there might be some things that are blessing you beyond words in that positivity. So everything happens for a reason if you follow it. If you're continuously pushing, continuously acting, continuously being positive, you don't know when it's going to save somebody's life for you to fail. That's a different way to look at it. You don't know when it's going to save somebody's life around you, maybe even your own, if you fail. Think positive. Don't let the same mistakes happen twice. Now that's a different story. But realize everything happens for a reason. Successful people understand this. Happy people understand this. And you don't always have to be happy. But the higher percentage should be. Live in joy. Live in gratitude. Keep your head on a swivel. Look at the world around you. And ultimately, be the change you wish to see. Because if you can change yourself, then you can change the world around you much easier, because it takes a strong person to face what we're all going through. Care about yourself, care about your neighbors, care about your friends, care about your family, and care about your future. And remember, as cheesy as it sounds, it's all about the journey. It's not the days you wake up and everything is peachy and rosy and you get up and you're happy and you go about your day. That's not the days that define you who you are. It's the days where things suck and you wake up. It's hard to wake up, hard to get out of bed, hard to do what you do, and you do it anyways. That defines who you are. I'm Anthony Russo from #BeTheChange. Please be the change you wish to see in the world. If you believe in something, take action on it. Stay positive. Stay beautiful, stay awesome. Have a great day.
Our next speaker is Casper Craven. His Big Bold Goals is an immersive teamwork and leadership program that is designed to inspire and empower delegates to be successful in achieving big, bold goals by taking high-performance teamwork to the next level. Casper, the virtual stage is yours.
Good morning, CARE24.Global, or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Casper Craven here, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share some thoughts and ideas with you around how do you meet the future with optimism, because goodness me, what a time of change we're in right now, where there are things going on all over the world. So look, before I get into any of that, why am I here speaking to you? So throughout my life, I seem to have become rather specialist in taking on big, bold goals and taking on challenges that everybody else thought was impossible. And I have a few sort of insights and ideas that I want to share with you that I hope that you can take away and actually do something with. So look, at headline level, what have I done? I've built businesses. I've sailed twice around the world. The first time on what was called the world's toughest yacht race. The second time was a far harder challenge. I did it with my wife and our 3 young children, all under the age of 10, whilst also running businesses and dealing with homeschooling and navigating the world's toughest oceans. So that's kind of, I won't get too much of it. You can find out more about me on my website and so on, but that's kind of like the headline background to what I want to talk about. And actually, I want to start with a story, because I want to take you back to 2009. And I think there's some similarities to what was going on in the world back then to where we are right now. So 2009, we were coming out of we were still very much in the grip of the global financial crisis of 2008, 2009. And how that was showing up in my world was this. But I had a small business back then. We were turning over about $500,000, and we were losing money because times were tough, right? When that financial crisis hit, the phone stopped ringing, and we had to work extremely hard just to try and keep the lights on in our business. And come 2009, I was feeling pretty run down with all this. I was working 16, 18 hours a day in my business. I barely saw my wife. I had 2 young kids then. They were aged 2 and 4. And my wife and I were in a pretty precarious place, is probably the best way to put it. That because of all the pressures, the money pressures, the business pressures, I was run ragged. And it was just like, okay, this is not working. And back then we had a choice. We could have done one or two things. We could have let it all fall apart. The business could have fallen apart. Marriage could have fallen apart. Could end up not seeing the kids. And I guess there's some similarities between a lot of people that I'm speaking to at the moment in this current pandemic, that some people I know are having an insanely great time and their businesses are thriving, and fantastic for them. And I genuinely wish them the very best for doing that. And the other end of the spectrum, there are some people who are having the most challenged times of their life, challenged emotionally, relationship-wise, financially, and they're just trying to figure out, how do we meet the future with optimism? How do we grab hold of what we've got now and move forward? And that was pretty much the second option that I had with both my wife and in my business. And what we did back in 2009 is we did something that was probably counterintuitive, that we decided to sit down and to rewrite our story of the future. We decided to rewrite what I call our big, bold goals, both at work and at home, because both things happen simultaneously, right? We've got to look after both things. So back then in 2009, we sat down and said, what is the thing that would excite us? What is the future that we want to go and create together that's fundamentally different to where we are now? Because right now, where we are right now is pretty effing awful, right? Similarities to where we are now. So we sat down and we started coming up with our narrative, our story of the future. And it was a pretty crazy one, right? It was a pretty wild, far out there one. So my business, it was to turn the business around and to be able to sell it within a 5-year time period. And that coincided with us going and taking our kids and sailing around the world for 2 years. And, that was our big, bold goal, rather. And straight away, the moment that we did that, all these negative thoughts came rushing into our heads, and lots of other people added their own views too, saying you can't go and do that because you haven't got the money, because the world is in a terrible place right now. You've got to focus on just paying the bills, because your wife can't sail. That was true. She couldn't sail because she gets seasick anytime she's been on a boat. That was also true. And because you haven't got a boat. So lots and lots of good reasons why that shouldn't happen. And I'm a great believer that in life, you've only got to have one really good reason why you've got to go out there and go and chase after and go and make that big, bold goal happen. And it's very easy to be overwhelmed, to let our minds be flooded with negativity and all the reasons why things won't happen. Now, here's a really important thing, right? Because so often people don't like negativity and they run away from it. But actually, there are some insanely powerful and useful things tied up within that, if only you pay attention to it. So here's a really important distinction, that it's about getting emotional control. That when your mind starts saying all those things why you can't do it, when your friends, when your family say, whatever your big, bold goal is, you can't go and do it, write them all down. Write down every single one of them, right? Because those things are going to become your to-do list. And I promise you, if you try and answer all of those in one go, you'll be overwhelmed. You won't get anywhere, right? And you'll just fill your head up and you'll say, you know what? I'm just going to go back to whatever I was doing. Everyone was right. It was too hard. But you can't approach it that way, right? You have to sort of focus firstly on why you want to do it, and then take each of those different things one at a time. And you will start by asking yourself, what's the single most important thing that I've got to change? And then focus your energy, your time, your resources on that single biggest thing. And then once you've done that, then you move on to the next one and the next one. And that's very much the starting point of how you've got to go out there and tackle your big, bold goals. Now, look, I happen to believe that right now is probably one of the single best times in the world to go and start a business, to create a business, to reinvent a business, to go and rewrite your story. Why? Because it's a level playing field right now, because the rules have been ripped up for everyone and no one's got a clue how to go and do things. So your ideas are probably just as good as the next person's, right? So in that time of change, now is the time to be thinking about where are some shifts, where are some things going on when I can really start to capitalize on what's changing. For me personally, over the past 6 months, I've taken the time to completely rewrite the story for myself for the next 20 years. And what I've done within that, I've just written a book which got published in July called Be More Human. It's all about how do we rethink the rules of high performance teamwork. And I'm just on the cusp of launching a new business as well, because I've taken this time and I said, okay, what can I do constructively with this time? Now, I get it, right? That for many of us, cash flow is super tight right now, and there's many different competing priorities. So, you've got to make sure you're taking care of all those different things, right? I'm not ignoring those because we all have to live, we all have to be practical. But I guarantee there's some part of your time in your day when you can look up and say, what's that pole star story that we want to go towards over there that is significantly more exciting than where we are today? And one of the big lessons that I had on my journey is really starting to unlock the power of team. And there's a wonderful phrase which I quote often, which is, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And whatever your big bold goal is, whatever your pole star, that thing you're heading towards is, you've got to coalesce. You've got to take that team of people with you. And I'm a great believer that we have two teams in our lives. We have our work team and we have our home team. And it's exactly the same set of tools and skills that you need to build amazing, thriving, high-performance teams in both areas. So what I love doing is taking ideas from one place and taking it to another place. So, for example, in the work environment, the whole concept of a mission and values is sort of something that's been around for a long, long time. We took that idea of a mission or a story of the future, and a set of values, and we applied that at home. That helped to bring our home team together. And, if you're thinking it's like, oh, hang on, that doesn't sound sort of, quite right. That sounds a bit sort of, I can't really imagine applying a mission statement at home. I promise you, when you run those things through the filter of the real world, i.e. your family, they will knock off the edges and say, look, we can't call it vision. That's ridiculous. But you can call it a story. What's the story that we want to go and do as a family? And same thing with the values. What are the things that we want to celebrate more of? The behaviors that we want to exhibit more together as a family. And by having those conversations, both at work and at home, about the story of where you're going and about the values, how you shape things together, that's what really starts to craft that team. Because at the end of the day, what is a team? A team is simply a group of people who trust each other. How do you build that trust? You ask open questions. You listen again, and then you play back what you've heard. This is what I think I heard you saying. Did I get that right? And you do that in the context of creating the story. You do that in the context of creating values. And together, you're starting to really craft those dynamics of listening to each other and working towards that shared goal. So there are loads of different things that I can share about how it's super important to go after that goal together. But one of the things that I really want to leave you to think about as you're tackling your big challenges is to think about the strengths. Every single person in your team, work team and home team, has a unique capability, a unique set of strengths. Equally true in our family with our kids. And when you're going towards that big bold goal, how does everyone contribute towards that? What is each person going to do? So, for example, we ask the questions of ourselves as a family team. We ask other people who know us well, what's the one thing that I do extraordinarily well, better than just about anybody else? And the people who know you well will tell you, because they can see things about you that very few other people can. So do this as a family team, do this as a work team, ask other people, what is it that I do that's really, really good? And get everyone to ask the same question. And then share those answers, because I'm a great believer that the whole thing about building on your weaknesses is a flawed strategy. It's about finding those things you're already good at and then being even better at those things. So when we were sailing, when we were on our boat at sea, the whole thing about engaging the kids, I had a 7-year-old son on board. When I was there trying to figure out how to do the electronics and fix this, I suddenly realized, you know what? I've got a 7-year-old boy who is like brilliant at figuring out how to do electronic games, and he had a sort of Nintendo and all that sort of stuff. So I give him all the stuff around the chart plotter and the navigation, and he figures it out just like that, right? Far faster than I ever will. It's about understanding what each person has to contribute to the team and where you're going. So just really think about that. Ask each person, what do they love doing? What do they want to do more of? What are they good at doing? And get that feedback from everybody else. So look, I said earlier, I think that we are in an incredible time of change right now. And the future belongs to the people who are going to go and grab hold of it and go and make it happen. And, all those reasons why you shouldn't do it, work through this one at a time. That's your to-do list. Go and grab hold of your big, bold goals. Go and do the things that will make a difference to the world. Now is the time. Look, I really hope you enjoy listening to all the other incredible speakers. I've seen many of them, right? And you get lots of golden insights that you can take away and go and use in your day-to-day lives, whether it's home or it's at work. All right, everyone, stay safe, look after yourselves, and get after those big, bold goals. Take care.
Just feeling incredibly grateful. About to head back to Australia after speaking and facilitating, and feeling really, really grateful. For those who know me know that my me time, the time that I get out and go for a stroll, go for a walk, has become incredibly important, not just from a health perspective for me, but it gives me time to think, to stop and think about all the things that I really, really have to be grateful for. The fact that people are so generous and give you such wonderful feedback, but more importantly for me, give me the most wonderful stories to share all around the planet. Once again, feeling incredibly grateful. Just maybe, asking somebody an open question that gives them a chance to share a story with you, you will learn and grow. Easy to do, easy not to do. I'm Peter Turin, it's your choice.
Hi everyone, Christine Rappa here. Not all yoga involves moving your body. Sometimes you just need to get out of your head and into your body without moving. So we're going to try that now with something called box breathing. So come to a comfortable seat. If you're slouching, try and sit up nice and tall. Give this short effort all of your attention. Close your eyes if you feel comfortable. And on the count of 4, take a deep inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now hold it for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now exhale it for 4. And hold it again at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's try that again. Inhale, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. And hold, 2, 3, 4. Try this anytime you're feeling stressed or overwhelmed or just need to take a break and get into your body and out of your head for a little bit. Thank you for practicing with me today. For more, follow me at Strong Mindful Resilient on Instagram. Namaste.
Hey, so right now, the number one struggle that the authors, speakers, and thought leaders I'm coaching are having is how to move forward in the face of fear and uncertainty in order to achieve your goals. The solution is easy. Flex your creative problem-solving muscles. Good news is that creativity and creative thinking is a skill, just like any other. The more you tap into it, the easier it is to access. So here's your quick tip to get started. 1, write down a practical problem you want to solve. Finding your dream job, getting your book published, writing an awesome speech. 2, decide that there isn't one way or one solution, but many. 3, set a timer for 5 minutes and write down all the obvious solutions. 4, now take the obvious solutions and for each one, ask yourself, what if the opposite were true? That's it. This is a great way to generate a ton of less obvious solutions for moving forward in your work and life. But be forewarned, you might surprise yourself.
Our next speaker is Deb Hahn. She is a coach and a catalyst for change. Deb helps people grow the business of their dreams by creating the conditions to see them thrive and be the difference they most desire. Deb, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that awesome introduction. Before I get into this, I do want to send a very special shout out and a note of gratitude to Nathan Gold for launching this awesome initiative, this global hug, this CARE24.Global hug that we all need right now. Beautiful burst of optimism that can ripple across the globe. Wouldn't that be fabulous? So, you know, I've been in this coaching game now for the best part of 2 decades, and in this time, it's been my great privilege to get alongside, you know, budding entrepreneurs through to CEOs of multinational organizations. I've worked with sports teams and individuals from that amateur to professional through to Olympic level. I've worked with creatives that are authors, music makers and movie makers. You know, there's beautiful souls that have that great capacity to open our hearts and open our minds and create those glorious experiences. Bottom line, there is a fundamental principle that I work with everybody pretty much, and that's what I want to share with you today. And it's something that you can go forward with off the back of this whole exercise around an opportunity to create something, to learn something, for us to persevere and thrive with optimism, regardless of whether in the middle of a pandemic, post-pandemic, or some other thing that's going on in your world that's got nothing to do with what's going on globally. So let's bear with me just a moment, because I'm going to swap in some slides right now. And we're going to start with a beautiful blank canvas. That's right. I love having fun with words, and I just love having fun with Bitmojis and things like that. So lean in, if you will, and let's get a little bit playful as we move on into our CARE24.Global hug experience. So we're going to connect with faith. Now, we're not talking about the going to church kind of faith, but we are talking about, like I said, fun with words. This finding answers in the heart. You know, we're all told follow your bliss and follow the joy and all of that kind of deal. And I'm going to do the same thing. However, just a little bit different, because I want to do this with some substance to give you something that you can actually use. Like, what does it really mean to find an answer in your heart, let alone follow an answer in your heart? And that's what I want to really give you today. That's going to be my gift to you today off the back of this CARE24.Global experience. So come and play, if you will, want to pop on over to Planet Utopia. We're just going to park Earth for a minute. There's a pandemic going on. We don't want to know about that for a minute. Let's go see what happens on Planet Utopia. And because I want you to imagine, if you will, right, this piece around the life purpose. You know, it's a major mystery for so many of us. But over there in Planet Utopia, not so much. Because what happened, there's a great gift that happens on Planet Utopia. When you leave the creation station, you're gifted with an envelope. And within that envelope lies your life mission. So you pop out into the big, wide, wonderful world of Planet Utopia, knowing exactly what it is that you're there to do. It's a truly beautiful thing. That is the real gift. And the other gift that happens on Planet Utopia is that there's no barriers to delivering on your mission. Can you imagine that? Oh my goodness. There's nothing that stops you from being on purpose. That's the cool thing. You have this answer. You don't have to go searching for it. It's already gifted to you. And the beautiful thing about these missions is that every single mission is committed to purpose and service. They all centre around delivering love, empowerment, encouragement, inspiration, creation. And just in case you've got something in your mind playing out now that's just going, oh, how boring would that be if there was no challenge? Or if everything went just so perfectly right, that would be so boring. Maybe not so much. Because I want you to think about this as all these pieces come together in service and collaboration of each other. So if you think for a moment about maybe a beautiful piece of music, it doesn't just happen, right? That beautiful piece of music happens, especially if it's some kind of orchestral piece, right? There are many different instruments that are coming together at certain times, and someone has written a piece of them. So that if you think about this sense of harmony we get through music, we appreciate and we enjoy that so much because it's been the collaboration of a whole myriad of skills. The same is true for a brilliant movie, something that captivates us and inspires us. There's a whole collaboration of gifts and skills and talents that have come together to realize that. And the same is true with anything that we really appreciate. There's been a collaboration of amazing gifts and skills that have come together to realize a harmonious experience that sparks joy, delivers laughter, and celebrates the ever-expansiveness of abundance. And dare I say peace. This is the utopian paradise where everybody lives in service of each other. We all grow and inspire through the realization and the sharing of our gifts and our talents and our purpose and so on. It is a truly utopian paradise. However, let's come back to Earth. And maybe we can bring a little bit of utopia, if we will, back to planet Earth. So we do recognise life as a little different. It's not just this faith-fueled mission that happens on planet Earth. There's this other little deal, fun with words, kicking it on in. There's this little thing we call fear that we might recognise. And I do run with a neat little acronym around fear, and I suspect you may have even heard this yourself. There's a few versions. But for today, we're going to focus on false evidence appearing real. See, here's the thing. Fear has one job, really, just one job, because it knows about Planet Utopia. Yeah, it's heard all about this awesome, wonderful, abundant joy and happiness. And it also knows it has no role there. So its one job is to get in the way of anything faith-fueled happening. And it has a whole bunch of buddies that it calls upon to get in the way of this interruption, this interference, to make sure that faith doesn't really get a chance to take hold in a really significant way. And you might be familiar with a few of these things because we recognise doubt and comparison, anxiety, anger, envy, worry. There's a myriad, and I'm pretty sure you could add a whole bunch of those, party crashes to your own list if you step back and think about it. What's really going on with fear? It's not just about this interruption and this interference piece. So what really happens with fear is that in lots of ways, often that if you think about the overbearing parent or the overprotective parent, maybe is how it is. What's really going on here? See, fear actually thinks, like, I've just said it's got this one job to interfere and get in the way. What it really thinks it's keeping you safe, because fear's got this mindset that says, if it's too good to be true, no good's going to come from that nonsense, right? And so it really sits around this piece around, have you really thought this through? Because the bottom line is, when it kind of gets up in your face and it plants that seed of doubt, that harmony suddenly becomes disharmony and dis-ease. All that flow suddenly vanishes, right? And it's replaced with disorder, and it's not abundance now, it's scarcity. We've got this lack. What if I don't have enough? And what if that does go wrong? And so on. And so chaos suddenly reigns, and it really denies the joy that was really intended from that original faith-fueled mission. Fear has taken hold, it's planted its seed of doubt, right? But the truth is, there's a real opportunity for us to just step back and question and really go, what is the false evidence appearing real? I get that, there's some things that appear to be really real right now, but how much of this is really just smoke and mirrors? How much of this is really me wanting to step back and go, have I thought this through? Or what could go wrong? Or hang on a second, I'm partnering with empowerment and I'm partnering with creativity and so on and so forth. It's really creating an opportunity, if we're honest with ourselves, it creates an opportunity for us to step back, take a breath, and tap into our belief, tap into the real sense of possibility, and really to then just say, hey, fear, thanks for showing up. It's okay. I've got this. It's really okay. We have got this. Because this is what I most want you to know. Fear will always be at its loudest when faith has the most to gain. That's its job, remember? It's there to get in the way. So if it really wants to get your attention, if it knows that you're about to do something really spectacular, if it knows that a whole bunch of people are about to get on with your party and expansion and abundance and joy and harmony and all that is good is about to become a reality, then it's going to be going, no, don't go there. But yes, go there. And this is what I want you to know right now. Here's the deal. What I know to be true about any faith-fueled mission for any one individual in the big, wide, wonderful world, there are 4 key elements. Yeah, 4 key elements, and they're available to you today. I'm going to gift them to you in a moment, because what I know is that there will always be something that you are here to realize, contribute to, or make a difference to. And that in and of itself is going to be the piece that's going to impact the world in a truly magnificent way. And ultimately, it might be your legacy, or it may be a collective legacy. I also know that there is something that is really unique about you, your own personal gifts and talents. And you know what? You probably don't even realize that they're gifts and talents because they come so natural to you. And here's a little sneaky clue for you. If someone says to you, you're really good at that, and you have this, oh yeah, whatever. Please don't dismiss those things. Pay attention, because that's someone living out their faith-fueled mission. Remember, encouragers, they're there. They are the people in your world that are there to help you see more of who you are and be more of who you are. And perhaps the most important thing is that a faith-fueled mission, when you're aware of your gifts and your talents and so on, these are the things that help you fill your now, not tomorrow, not in a minute, but you're right now with actions that you love and actions that you can do right now. You don't have to save for them or learn for them or go anywhere to do them. They're things you can do right now in this moment with the resources that are already in your hand. That's what I know is part of a faith-fueled mission. So here is my gift to you, because seriously, this whole CARE24.Global deal is about resourcing you optimistically so that you can create and learn, so that you can persevere and thrive regardless of whether there is a pandemic or not. So here you go. Discover your own faith-fueled mission. Jump onto debhan.com. That's me. It's right there on the front page. You don't have to go wandering through the website or anything like that. But I invite you to jump on into that website, grab that faith-fueled mission for yourself, do that exercise, and start living faith-fueledly. Start getting your faith-fueled optimism out into the world. And who knows what wonderful things you'll start to realise and be that blessing into the big, wide, wonderful world. So once again, thank you, Nathan, for allowing me to be a part of your CARE24.Global. And to you beautiful people, please go forward and thrive. Go forward and sprinkle your version of faith-fueled optimism around the world. I look forward to seeing you again sometime soon. Bye for now.
Our next speaker, Karen Redpath, is going to talk about a topic that is threatening people all around the world. Karen spends her days and nights using drug and alcohol education to support youth and adults. She is an author, devoted mother, speaker, and survivor herself. Karen, the virtual stage is yours.
Hi from Melbourne, Australia. Look, firstly, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. It's a real honour to be invited to speak amongst all of these amazing speakers. Look, my message is based on my own story. I have a story that I wish I didn't have. But as we all know, you can't change the past. So over the past 10 years, after being invited by a teacher to speak in the school where he taught, I've been using, the lessons that I've learned and my experience and knowledge to do my best to educate and warn others on this topic. So going back a few years, when I was 25, quite a few years, when I was 25, I found myself in a place that no one wants to find themselves at any age. I was in the coronary care unit of a major hospital in Melbourne, the Alfred Hospital. I was in there with not just heart failure, but with acute heart and kidney failure. And my heart was so enlarged, it was beating 300 to 400 times a minute rather than 70 or 80. And my kidney function was so poor, I had less than 5% function in both kidneys. At that point, I was given less than 2 hours to live. And I might tell you, I felt like dying. When your heart and kidneys are shutting down, your body fills up with fluid, and particularly my lungs, I could barely breathe. But as you can see, I'm still here. Amazingly, quite miraculously, I survived. But that wasn't the end of the story. I actually spent almost 5 months in the Alfred Hospital. That was me when I was in the general ward at 25. I was actually eating all of the hospital food, but I was skin and bone. But my face, you may not know me very well, but in that photo, it was quite puffed up with massive doses of anti-inflammatories or cortisone. But that wasn't the end of the story. I nearly died again. I had an experimental drug flown into Australia just for me. From Finland, and it was so experimental, unfortunately, they gave me too much. And I was on so many different drugs, keeping down my blood pressure and all sorts of things, looking after everything, autoimmune suppressant drug, anti-inflammatories, as I said, fluid tablets, you name it, I was on it. And at 25, that was pretty horrific. I was weak, I was frail, I couldn't stand to have a shower, I had to sit down. Anyway, when I was given this drug, it made me throw up all of my medication. And what happened was my blood pressure just skyrocketed. I had massive grand mal seizures or convulsions. I fell out of bed, I ripped out drips, and my heart stopped. I had to be resuscitated a few times, and I ended up in a coma. Once again, this for the second time, I didn't mention the first time, but for the second time, my family raced around to be by my side as I was expected to die once again. But amazingly, I survived. And you might wonder, how did this all happen to such a young person? Well, I'll go back to the start. That was me as a little girl. Wasn't I cute? Chubby cheeks and bold haircut. Look, I grew up in a loving family. I've got 2 brothers. From the moment I first laid eyes on a pony, I fell in love with ponies and horses, and I got into horse riding, water skiing. My dad bought a small speedboat, I played tennis. I went to good schools. I had great friends. But in my teenage years, like so many others, I started to take a few risks. And, I was just shy and I just wanted to fit in. And first of all, it was a few puffs on a cigarette and then a little bit of alcohol. We were underage, just thought it was a bit of fun, like as if it had never been done before. And then somewhere along the line, someone offered me a joint, marijuana. And that was actually a defining moment in my life. I'd never stopped to think about whether or not I would ever use drugs, but I just wanted to fit in, so I joined in. And, over the next year or so, I smoked a bit more. At the age of 19, I moved out of home and I went to live in a share house with a friend, and she was lovely but also really into partying, and our house became a bit of a party house. And before long, we were regularly smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol and smoking marijuana. Now, what happens, this is my point of view, I know this is controversial, but when you start open the door into taking mind-altering drugs like marijuana, usually marijuana first, it's very easy to say yes to other drugs. I know not everybody does, but I did, and so did so many other people that I know. There were hallucinogens around. I got into a bit of that and just really started to slip down into this dark place. It might sound like a bit of fun to some people, but let me tell you, there were some really frightening moments. These drugs can cause a lot of paranoia and all sorts. I've written about one of the horror incidents in one of my books, in both of them, I think. I was never going to use what I considered to be hard drugs, but one day someone came and told me that they'd been using heroin. And anyway, we lined up a day and I had my first taste of heroin. I was only ever going to try it once to see what it was like. But this is a very addictive drug, and, I tried it again and then another time. After a few years of living in this share house, I moved back to Melbourne and I met a guy and we started going out. What happens, it just so happens, that he'd been using heroin for a few years. What happens when you use hard drugs like heroin, or it could be GHB or ketamine or methamphetamine or fentanyl, it's not unusual to see people overdose. And it wasn't unusual for me to be with a group of people using heroin, it was at the time, and see someone suddenly stop breathing and turn blue, and someone else would jump to their rescue and give them mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and because they got onto it quickly, they'd start breathing again, and it didn't look that severe. I never saw anyone using proper CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. We did not know what we were doing. We were playing with fire. I've got a story I'm going to tell you now about something that happened to me over 30 years ago, but every time I tell this story, I'm almost in that scene again. It's such a vivid memory. Just before I do, I just want to point out, around the world, every day, millions of lives are destroyed and families devastated because of addiction and because of overdoses and loss. So one night many years ago, over 30 years ago, as I said, my boyfriend and I had been out, we're watching a band play and drinking and stuff, and he'd sneaked out without me knowing and scored some heroin. We went home. He said he was going to take a shower. I was cooking up food because I hadn't eaten for hours. And when I went to tell him the food was ready, there was no response when I knocked on the door. So I stuck my head in to call out a bit louder, and the room was completely filled with steam, and there was my boyfriend slumped over an old heater. And instantly I knew when he said he was going out to the toilet at this venue that he'd actually scored heroin. Now, that is a really dangerous mix. You mix any two drugs or drugs with alcohol and you're putting your body under so much strain that overdose is really common. I raced in, turned off the hot tap. I had to get him onto the floor, and all I knew was mouth to mouth. I had never done this before. It was about 2 a.m. I was by myself. I got down to my knees and I forced his mouth open, and he wasn't actually blue. He was colourless, motionless, silent and colourless. And I blew into his mouth as hard as I could, and again and again and again, trying to get him to breathe. 15 or 20 minutes passed, nothing, not a movement, not a sound. I stood up and realised, here I am in the middle of the night by myself with my dead boyfriend. What do I do? I'll have to call an ambulance. There'll be police. How can I tell his mother? I was crying, screaming, begging him to breathe. So in sheer terror, I got back down, another 15 or 20 minutes of blowing into his mouth as hard as I could. And finally, a little noise, a little came out of his mouth, and he began to breathe again. You would think that would be enough to stop us from using drugs altogether. Unfortunately not. You see, he was unconscious the whole time and didn't comprehend the severity of that overdose. And see, that's why we continued to use, and I ended up nearly dead, as you heard. This is what drugs are like. it's a scientific fact that the human brain does not fully mature until about the mid to late 20s. It's all there, but it's softer and more malleable. And in that state, it's more easily damaged and rewired, and it's more susceptible to addiction. In other words, young people, the younger someone is when they start using drugs, the more likely they are to become addicted to drugs. From about the age of 13 to 25, we tend to be 12 or 13 to 25 plus, we tend to be in the risk-taking period of our lives. We tend to think we're indestructible, we're 10 foot tall and bulletproof, but we're not, we're fully human. And the same sort of things can happen. We can have injuries and die just like anyone else. I'm going to talk now just really briefly. I'm just flipping through some of the things I educate on about marijuana. You know, for many years, marijuana was considered a soft drug, but we now know that it's not. And in fact, I can barely believe this, but it's actually way more potent than when I smoked it years ago, okay? The stories I'm telling you, I'm not proud of anything I did in the past. I'm just being honest so that you can learn the reality, some of the realities of drug use. Many studies have been done, and this one discovered that teenagers who smoke cannabis or marijuana daily are 60% less likely to finish school, and they're more likely to commit suicide. A study by the University of New South Wales in Australia found that regular teenage cannabis users are 7 times more likely to attempt suicide. And this is reality because it rewires your brain. It messes with your brain and your emotions and the area of your brain that regulates your emotions, and depression can set in. People are 8 times more likely to use other drugs later on. You know, I don't need this study to tell me that. I know it. It happened to me, and I've seen it again and again and again. People who start on usually a bit of drinking, smoking marijuana, often, not everybody, but often move on to other drugs. Most people using hard drugs started on marijuana and the lighter drugs. You know, the people who did these studies also said that they hope this research is taken into account when considering legalising drugs in Australia. Now, I know marijuana has been legalised in many states of America and other countries as well. There's devastating side effects of that. You know, I wish it was that simple. I wish we could just legalise drugs and everything, you know, pay the taxes, and, you know, that can be used to pay the, fix up the infrastructure. It's not that simple. You see, the criminals are still there. You know, since marijuana has been legalised in America, the authorities are saying that they have never found so much black market cannabis production. Like, it's increased to amazing and incredible amounts because the criminals, they don't want to pay the taxes, but they still want to make the money, and they're cashing in on the green rush. This is what's happening. And it's not just that it can affect brains and destroy lives and cause people to drop out of life or school or whatever, but there's also an environmental impact. This is a site where people have been growing black market marijuana, illegal marijuana that they want to sell and make money from. They're finding plantations like this with thousands and thousands of plants, and not only do they leave the rubbish behind, but they've used pesticides to spray the marijuana, and they've destroyed the ground. And there's also a problem called watershed depletion. Marijuana plants need a lot of water. Each plant needs a lot of water. So they actually set up these plantations near to rivers and waterways, and they have pipes running from there to irrigate or water the plants, and they deplete the water in that area and then move on to another site. They also use some of the poorest people in the world to do this. So they're exploiting people, who have struggled to make a living, and so they use them to risk their lives and possibly being imprisoned for life for doing this as well. And then there's other drugs like ice or methamphetamines that's not only that, this came off a documentary that I watched. Mexico is not the only country that sends ice around the world. There's China, there's Thailand, and if you have a look there, the price of a kilo of ice in Mexico is roughly $1,000. That same kilo in the US is between $5,000 and $7,000, and when it comes down to New Zealand and Australia, it's very similar, between $150,000 and $200,000 a kilo. So we are bombarded in my country with ice. So people who use this are not just, let's have a bit of fun and see how this feels, but they're actually supporting, the drug cartels of this world and traffickers of this world. And I'm sure other countries are targets just like Australia. Also with ice, it damages the brain. This is what happens. You can see there the healthy control and the drug abuser. It also causes cell damage to the brain. This is the reality of using these drugs. Now, I've talked about a couple of drugs. I'm only mentioning a few. The one that I cannot leave out is one of the most commonly used in the world, alcohol. In 2014, the World Health Organization reported that alcohol kills one person every 10 seconds worldwide. And alcohol is also a carcinogen. We know that it causes cancer. I'm not talking about responsible drinking. I'm not talking about someone who has a glass of wine with a meal. I'm talking about binge drinking, can kill young people, and problem drinking, alcoholic type drinking. So why do so many people use drugs and alcohol? There's so many different reasons, but what I've come up with just a couple within this small time limit that I have, okay? There's people like me who just want to fit in, think it's going to be fun or cool, you just want to be like everyone else. Let me tell you, there's nothing fun or cool about being addicted to drugs or alcohol. Our rehabs across the world are full to overflowing. There's a waiting list of people desperate to get in for help. Our prisons are full of people in there because of drug or alcohol-related crimes. Then this is another reason that some people use drugs. We all grow up in different circumstances. Some of us have safe, secure, loving homes, and some of us do not. Human beings can be incredibly fragile emotionally. And many times people who suffered some sort of trauma end up self-medicating and hooked on drugs and alcohol in an attempt to numb the pain. Let me tell you, drugs and alcohol are not the answer. If you've got a problem and you use drugs or alcohol to self-medicate, I'm not talking about if a doctor prescribes medication, that's different. But if you self-medicate, you then end up with two problems. I've seen it again and again. I've spoken in a prison twice. I know what I'm talking about. If anyone watching this has been through any sort of trauma or trial that they just can't deal with, we have so much help out there. There's psychologists and counsellors. You've got friends to talk to. If you're still at school, you've got, there's wellbeing teams, chaplains, counsellors. There is help available. Please reach out. Human life is precious. That means every one of you. No matter what you may think of yourself, no matter what anyone else may have ever said about you, you are valuable and your life is important. Never, ever give up. I actually went back and thought about my life and questioned myself, why did I head down this path? And you know what, after a bit of thinking, this is what I came up with. I didn't have a dream. I didn't have a plan for my life. I didn't have a vision. I went to school, I got a job, and I partied. Without some sort of plan or dream, our life doesn't really have a full-on purpose or hope. Guys, please have a dream. Aspire to do something great, whether it be career, travel, sport, fitness, music, adventure, helping others. Be careful in those things. For example, sport and music, great activities, but there is a lot of drugs and alcohol involved in those. Without some sort of vision or plan for our life, it's easy to just drift along in life. And if you're drifting, it's so easy to fall into the trap of drugs and alcohol. When you're bored, that's what you think, let's go do something. And you can end up with your life severely impacted and regrets like I have. I'm still on medication. The choices I made as a teenager have affected the whole of my life. I'm not going into all of it, but I've had massive repercussions because of the choices that I made. So what are we going to do about it? Just a few sort of tips to take away with it. Look at the bright side of life. Start each day with positives. Be thankful for the good things in your everyday life. You've got a roof over your head, or whether you've got food on the table, or friends or family, or a car, or we've got fresh water. Be thankful for the little things, okay? Have a dream or a goal, like I said, to give your life some sort of purpose or hope, and keep you on track. And the other thing is, think about, where you will be or who you will be in 10 years from now, maybe 20 years from now. It's really good to think about those things and make some sort of plan for the future. You won't be young forever. I know that. It seems like yesterday that some of this happened to me, and yet it's many, many years. I'm not telling you how many. Yeah, I just want to tell you also I'll go back to that. When I was in hospital, I was told that I would never have any children. But call me stupid, crazy, whatever. I'm pretty determined. I just really, really wanted to be a mum, and it wasn't easy. I lost babies, and there's been consequences I'm not going to go into right now. But I've been blessed with not one or two, but three beautiful children. They're all married now. And because I've been so blessed, this is why I'm going back and sharing my story. But most of all, guys, believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. You are precious. You are valuable, and you can do it, okay? I love this image. I've also written 2 books. This is one of them, Out of the Darkness. This one, actually, I found a faith journey, and that's mentioned in this book. And it's been really helpful for me. But also that's been part of my life journey, and it's got all the horror stories and the turning around of my life. And this one, I've left that other side, that faith journey side of my story out. This is purely about what happened, the stories, and it's got educational side as well. Guys, thank you so much for this time. Just take care, make the most of your life and your future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a technologist, inventor, and entrepreneur. Scott Case is a leader obsessed with harnessing the power of technology to make the world a better place. In this segment, Scott talks about using a process called theory of change to make sustainable changes in the world. Scott, the virtual stage is yours.
Hi everybody, I'm Scott Case and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Upside, and I am here to talk to you today about making big change in the world and some of the challenges that are there. First, I'd like to start with a simple story. It's a parable about a village that lives next to a river, and they have experienced something extraordinary. Every day they show up and there's a baby floating down the river. And over time, more and more babies come floating down the river, and literally an entire economy gets built around creating ways to take babies out of the river. The big challenge, of course, is they don't know why the babies are just showing up there. And finally, one day somebody says, "Hi, I'm going to walk upstream and see what's causing all these babies to show up." And of course, they find out that there's a troll up there who's been stealing babies from other villages and dumping them in the river. Now, why is this important? Because a lot of change in the world deals with the symptoms, scooping babies out of the river. The real opportunity is to get to the root cause of why the problem is there in the first place. And that's why I want to share a very simple and powerful exercise that you can research and see more about online called the theory of change. It's a very simple approach, and I've modified it to keep it simple for myself. And it starts with defining how you want the world to be different. What sustainable change do you want to make in the world? And just write it down as a simple sentence, and in a few minutes I'll give you an example. The second thing is to ask yourself, why is that not true right now? What are all the reasons why that thing is not true today? Next, take apart each reason why it's not true and understand who is currently working to overcome whatever that challenge is, and map all of that out. And then finally ask, why aren't they being successful? What's holding them back? And when you unpack that all, what you'll see is a big tree. Your goal at the top, and all the reasons why it's not true today, who's working on it, and why they aren't getting things done the way they need to. And what it'll show you is where the leverage is. Where can you apply your effort to make sure you're working on something that is truly going to move the needle and get you towards that objective? I'm going to give you an example of a theory of change focused on a global health issue that I got to work on for about a decade. And it was when we started an organization called Malaria No More. Now, Malaria No More is one organization in a wide range of organizations working on this problem at that time. This was about 15 years ago, 2006, 2007 time period. But one of the things that we realized was that we really had to think differently about how to solve the problem itself. And I'm going to use it as an example of applying the theory of change. It's imperfect and this is incomplete, so don't think this is everything that went on with malaria, but it is a way of thinking about a theory of change that you might apply to things that you're working on. So first, we had to come up with what we wanted to do. How did we want to create a sustainable change in the world? Well, we wanted to get to a place where no one was dying from malaria in the world. Now, everywhere where humans have decided to figure out how to solve the malaria problem in the United States and elsewhere in the world, we've actually figured out how to do it. So we knew it was possible. Next up, we had to say, okay, well, why isn't that true right now? So you ask the question of why. Why hasn't this problem been solved? And these are just some examples. So first off, people that are suffering, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, just simply didn't have the resources to fix the problem. The people with the resources, they didn't have any awareness or knowledge or maybe care about it as a problem. It didn't affect them. It was a fragmented approach. We noticed that lots of organizations were trying, but there was no coordination or consistent coordination. And then finally, as an example, there was a question about whether they're working on the right problem or not. And I'll come to that in a moment. The next question is, who is actually working on the problems? So the first problem, the people suffering from it. Well, a lot of governments in sub-Saharan Africa had resources and aid that were coming in for their health, for health systems, but there was basically too much to do and not enough resources. The second who, people making awareness, there were small campaigns that were focused in the US and the UK and elsewhere around the world, but they really couldn't raise the level of awareness that was necessary. There's a great organization called the Rollback Malaria Partnership, but they had some challenges too at figuring out how to coordinate and deal with their fragmentation. And then there were lots of NGOs working on the problem, but it was unclear that they were working on what we saw as the most important problem. So why were these organizations not overcoming the things that they were working on? Well, in the case of local governments, simply too many issues chasing too few dollars, right? So malaria was one of many, many, many things that they were focused on. Second, in the US and the UK, there were small campaigns. There wasn't anything big and concerted that would literally elevate the awareness of this being a problem in the world to garner more support. Next, we needed a higher level of participation. While there was a coordinating body, the Rollback Malaria Partnership, the people who were really in control of the funds in this fragmented approach to the problem, particularly the government leaders and multilateral leaders, just weren't at the table, and therefore they couldn't get the leverage to coordinate and get things done. And then finally, there were limited resources, and so they focused on children under 5. Part of the challenge was that you still had many adults in any given population who were carriers of the disease. So while you might be able to do something for children under 5, you weren't really getting at the overall problem, and they weren't the only ones that were dying. So how do you decide what to work on? Well, there's lots of ways to identify the criteria, but I'll just share with you how we approached it. We first decided that we needed to elevate the awareness because we knew that if there was general awareness, we would be able to bring more resources to the table. Next, if we brought those resources, the leaders of the key organizations needed to be in the room to help coordinate. And so we focused energy on bringing those leaders together. And then finally, we felt we needed to redefine the problem, not just focusing on children under 5, but how did you get at the actual core of it to get after the prevention, the testing, and the treatment of everybody in a population. That's the only way we've ever tackled malaria in any other population in the world. And so that's what we focused on, redefining the problem. So while this is not complete by any stretch, it does give you an example of how we used a theory of change model to tackle a big challenge like malaria. And while it's not over yet, we have dramatically reduced almost by 75% the mortality rate due to malaria in sub-Saharan Africa. The work's not done yet, but it's a good example of defining the problem differently and where you get after a sustainable change. Again, I'm Scott Case. I hope this theory of change works for you. Get after it and make a big change in the world.
Our next speaker is Raj Lakshmi. She is all about creating with purpose. How to find certainty when everything is uncertain. The key takeaway from her talk is life is too short. Creating something with purpose, because all successes are nothing but a series of failures where you didn't give up. So when you create something with purpose and you realize life is too short, that's worth failing at until you succeed. Raj Lakshmi, The virtual stage is yours.
In 2007, I was completely lost, ready to give up. And someone changed my whole life with a question. But this story starts with my childhood friend Gaurav. One morning, he woke up, skipped his breakfast like any other teenager annoying his mom, and rushed to college in excitement. He and his friends had planned to bunk college that day and explore lakes outside the city. Little did that they know at that point that adventure would turn into biggest nightmare of our lives. While having fun at this lake, one of his friends started drowning. Gaurav was a champion swimmer. He jumped right in to save his friend. But in panic, they both drowned. That night, two young boys never returned home. But no one told me about this until 3 months later when I came home from college. I couldn't believe it. I had just seen him in spring break. I couldn't understand or believe for the first few days. Every place, every street, everything I did when I was at home reminded me of him. And I couldn't cope up with this sudden absence. I came back to college thinking it will soon get better. I cried first night and I woke up very weak next morning. Soon, nights had turned into weeks and weeks had turned into months. I had barely gone to any class for last 6 months. This was not the first time I was experiencing this. I had lost my mom when I was 8 years old. I was constantly bullied at school for not knowing the language. Everyone had questioned my father about my success because I had failed often in school. And I had worked very hard last 10 years to prove them all wrong. I was at the top design school. I had good grades. I had done an internship with one of the biggest designers of India. And I was only 6 months away from graduation with the industry project. But losing my friend, who was 6 months younger to me, made me question everything I was doing. If life is so ephemeral, what was the purpose of all this? I decided to give up. I decided to resign. I called my mentor and I told him that I want to leave. He called me for one dinner last time. At that dinner, he changed my whole life with that one question. He looked at me and paused and then said, Raj, if your mom or friend are anywhere in this universe, what would you want them to think? That you gave up? Or you dedicated the best work of your life to their memories? That question completely floored me. Although last 6 months were very difficult, the answer was easy. Next morning when I woke up, that's when I set out aloud that I will find a project that was worthy of my friend and my mother. I discovered a project where they were building the biggest mangrove park of Asia. And they were looking for someone to design product to inspire Indians to understand the value of mangroves. This was a big challenge because India is attracted to lions and tigers and elephants. How do you make them understand the value of mangroves? This felt like a perfect project. And it was one of the toughest projects of my life. I realized that this project needed 1.5 years to 2 years of work. And if I take this project, I will not graduate that year. But graduating for sake of graduating didn't make any sense to me anymore. I took up the challenge. First 6 months went in understanding mangrove ecology. The next 6 months, I built designs not just from textile, which was my field, but understanding graphics, understanding architecture. And as I was not working for a big company or a designer, I had to understand the whole manufacturing, costing, supply chain, traveling throughout India. Instead of 4 years, I graduated in 6 years with this project. And while everyone thought of me as a failure, this was one of the best projects of my life. After that incident, I was no more a designer, but a problem solver. I would do whatever it takes to go all the way to find the solution. I didn't follow big names in the industry, but only solution to problems worth failing for again and again and again till I succeeded. Now, I had a formula. Since then, I have worked globally, from $2.3 billion companies to small startups, building award-winning products and services, whether it's in the field of augmented reality, social sustainability, Internet of Things, and many more others, keeping only one thing in mind. What difference does this product, service, or business makes to people's life? And rest all has followed. As Lance Armstrong says, pain is temporary, but quitting is forever. Why am I discussing this with you today? Why now, after 13 years? In last 1 year, both at home and work, I've met too many kids and grown-ups who feel worthless. They feel intimidated. They feel they have failed looking at accomplishments of others. And a lot of them have told me, Raj, you will not understand the pain as you have always got it right. It hit me so hard that they had no idea how many times I had failed each one of those times till I saw any results. Our society has so much pressure to succeed. We forget to talk about failures. I want anyone who's going through a tough situation right now to know that success is nothing but a series of failures where you didn't give up. Jane Fonda has this lovely quote: you don't learn from success. You don't learn from awards. You don't learn from celebrities. You only learn from wounds, scars, mistakes, and failure. And that's the truth. We don't have safe spaces where people can be themselves, where they can reflect, where they can be vulnerable without fear of being judged. And more now, when the whole world is going through it. Currently, I'm working at Cool Kanya, a tech startup, building a platform to help women build careers. And I carefully tell you, not job, but careers they love. Last year, we interviewed a lot of psychologists, and one thing came out in common, that most women underplayed their strength. They felt overwhelmed and depressed about themselves, looking at others' accomplishments, holidays, body image. And that's just daily life. And it only gets worse when you're hitting rock bottom and get trolled and judged. We at Cool Kanya believe that power to transform your life lies within you. The challenge we had was how to build a non-judgmental safe space, as career was more than just a job or your accomplishments. We wanted women to discover the learning from each of their life experience and find their confidence back. This year, March end, we launched our beta version of community with these 4 things. We changed our profiles completely. Instead of your profession, we changed it to one simple thing. I want to be known as. The power of this change was I want to be known as meant about my future dream, what I want to know in 5 years or 10 years. It didn't mean a profession of engineer or doctor, but what would I achieve by being that person? What would be that purpose that I will stand up each time I will fail? The second thing that we brought in was I need help with. In uncertain times, we do not know what to do next. But if you can think what all do you need help with, it starts breaking down into a path that you can pursue. The next thing that we brought in this profile was I can help you with. Now, instead of putting their work experiences or their accomplishments, which made them feel compared to other people, I can help you with a summary of all your failures, all your wins, all your life experiences. If you've run a house on $100 in tough time, you're the best person to tell someone else how to navigate that. And that doesn't come across in your wins. To add to this, we also built a feature to ask anonymously. And you won't believe, in last 6 months during COVID, not a single woman has been trolled or judged on our platform. They could discuss their troubles openly and always either got response from another woman who had been through similar situation or got support from others who were going through the same thing to figure it out together. It's more important now than ever before that we think about the purpose of what we are doing. Think about what we need help with and how we can help others. Today, on the CARE24.Global Day, I would request you to spend some time and write these 3 things down. I want to be known as. What is your purpose that you want to be known for that will make you stand up each time? I need help with. And the last, I can help you with. And if you're brave enough, post it on social media. Encourage your friends also to share about it. And you'll be surprised to see how many people are out there to help you and how many need your help. You don't have to lose your mother or your best friend. You already know life is too short. Create something with purpose, because all successes are nothing but a series of failures where you didn't give up. So when you create something with purpose and you realize life is too short, that's worth failing at until you succeed. Thank you.
Our next speakers are not speakers. They are an a cappella choir. Groundbreaker is from the Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups. The song they did, especially for CARE24.Global, is Galactic Repairman. You are always under my protection, for our love is stronger than the shiniest armor. Founded by 6 experienced young singers in Hong Kong in 2017, Groundbreaker is an uprising vocal group with a repertoire of strong beat music like electronic dance music. They commit to unveiling the endless possibilities of the human voices. Groundbreaker won the champion title of Sing On Jam at Acapella Online Competition. Let's listen to their voices now.
大家好. We are Groundbreaker from Hong Kong, and we're 6 passionate singers who make acapella music. Before we begin, we would like to thank CARE24.Global for inviting us, and we're happy to be a part of this great event.
The song we picked today, Galactic Repairman by Dear Jane, is a Cantopop song from our beloved city. Follow us on Instagram at Groundbreaker HK for more music. So now, sit back and enjoy.
除了會痛一切都美好，除了挫折面前仍有路，除了厭世總有某些修補可以做。殘破世界令人學成，悲觀中找鼓舞，來紓減身邊恐怖，能照料你日子都不算糟，盡量去彌補，難逃那煩惱，修修補補斷世中一起蒼老，沿途在修理着食了的曙光，祝你在亂留下平安，真愛是任何形狀，對付八孔千瘡，誰能望穿我？這種健壯非健壯，形勢壞透，只好對抗，由我硬撐着，使你心安。誰也破了等某位去補，而你有我保養和愛慕，縫了再破，穿了再補，這亂世未必可修理好，絕望裏樂觀，亦是個情操，東歪西倒，但至少牽手偕老，沿途在修理着食了的曙光，祝你在亂留下平安，真愛是任何形狀，對付八孔千瘡，誰能望穿我？這種健壯非健壯，形勢壞透，只好對抗，由我硬撐着，使你心安。漂亮的天真魯莽，若被推倒可再裝，對象的手不怕骯髒，貼着膠紙都盡浪，盡是補釘都發光，結局再破爛同奔往，銀河上邊跌當邊看緊對方，跨宇宙又橫越紅方，不怕在盡頭無岸，遠近我都護航，還能互安慰，不必天氣多晴朗，狂與暴雪一起對抗，任歲月再壞不致心慌。
Our next speaker is Kaylee Chu. She is famous these days for being really shy. Yes, you heard me right. She was so shy that she decided to have lunch with 100 strangers to try and overcome the shyness of meeting and talking with people. Today, Kaylee not only wrote the book named 100 Lunches with Strangers, she is here today to share some of her journey with you. So, if you're a bit shy, pay close attention. Kaylee is here to prove to you that you can conquer shyness. Kaylee, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello everyone from CARE24. I'm so excited to be here today. But before I share my story, let me ask you 3 quick questions before I start. Do you think you're living at your full potential, or do you think you can achieve more? Do you know how to build a network so that you can rely on them whenever you need some help? And do you know how to be confident, how to be just who you are and live the life just the way you want? Well, I think I accidentally found a solution to answer all the questions before and help you get there. My name is Kaylee Chu. I'm the founder and CEO of 100 Lunches. In the next 20 minutes, I'm going to give you all the tools you need to kickstart your own journey and change your destiny. Are you ready to take charge of your own destiny with confidence? You know, I may look reasonably confident here today, but not long ago, I was actually at the lowest point in my life with 0 confidence. It was 2018 and I got a new job. We were in the boardroom and that was my first client meeting. It was the day that completely changed my life. I remember I was sitting in the boardroom with my boss sitting next to me and I had my client sitting right opposite to me. And an hour into the meeting, I didn't say one single word. And then my client asked me a question. I knew exactly what the answer was, but instead of answering the question, I said, and then I kept silent for the next hour until the meeting finished. Can you imagine how frustrating and humiliating that situation was? I was really upset about myself. Like, seriously, what's wrong with me? My confidence was so low and I was so shy that I couldn't even say a single word during a very important meeting. That was the day that I decided to do something. I cannot live like that anymore. I decided that in order to overcome my shyness, to be able to talk to people, I wanted to have 100 lunches with 100 strangers so that I can start talking to people. But what I didn't expect was that the whole experience changed my life in every single aspect. Well, let me make it clear and bring back my story a little bit. I wasn't always like that. I mean, I was pretty normal when I back home in Hong Kong. But then since I moved country from Hong Kong to Australia about 13 years ago, my confidence was completely smashed. Like, I was extremely self-conscious. I was wearing a mask all the time trying to fit in and avoid talking to people. I was living in my little tiny comfort zone. Thinking back, I was really grateful for that meeting because since then, my life completely changed. I started to have lunch with strangers and my life became so much better. I learned so much during my lunch journey that I accidentally wrote a book. This one here, 100 Lunches with Strangers, and which I put in the 15 most important lessons that I've learned during the whole journey, which I'm going to give you a promo code at the end so that you can get a free copy of the book. And since I published the book, my life changed even more. I've done a TEDx talk earlier this year. I've been interviewed by media all over the world and I've been spoken in major events. You can find them just by Googling my name, Kaylee Chu, or Google 100 Lunches. So today I'm going to share with you something more special. Something that you can't Google or can't read it from my book. So how's my life after 100 lunches? How's my life now? What am I doing? And what lessons have I learned after 270 lunches so far? I'm still doing lunches every day, so 270 lunches and counting. And more importantly, how do you take those lessons and take charge of your own destiny with confidence? So let me share with you now how those 270 lunches changed my life. The number one and most important lesson that I've learned is about me. Like, who is Kaylee Ju? What's so unique about Kaylee Ju? And what am I doing and what can I do to live at my full potential? Think about all those lunches, almost 300 of them. Say 10 questions per lunch. That's 3,000 questions that I have to answer from 300 different people's new perspective in life. And throughout the whole process, I've realized that I am enough. I don't need to be like everyone else. I don't need to fit in. In fact, I can't even fit in. I just need to be who I am. You know, people who's gonna like me will like me more and connect me more on a much deeper level because I no longer wear a mask. I just be who I am, like just be me. And those that don't really like me, I don't care because we're not going to waste time on each other by pretending that we like each other or just pretending to be someone else. And we just move on in life, and at least they think that I'm genuine and real, right? So the number one lessons in my journey is that I am enough and you are enough. And you know, earlier I mentioned about building confidence, and that's very important for me to mention this here, that being confident doesn't mean that if you go into a room and you think that you're better than everybody else. That's not what confident means. Being confident means that you go into a room and you don't even need to compare yourself to anybody because you know that you are enough and you are special. Just be you. So throughout the lunch journey, I found myself. The second most important lesson that I've learned is that one connection can change your life. And I have so many examples that I can share. Opportunities are literally unlimited when you put two people together. I published this book because I had lunch with someone who used to work in a publishing company that I didn't even know when I had lunch with him. It was after all the lunches and he told me that, Kayla, you should put that into your book, and we made it happen. I became a public speaker and went into a speaking tour because one lunch guest gave me the first opportunity to get on the stage and share my story. I got my very first media exposure because one of my lunch guests has the connection and he introduced me to those newspaper. I started my new company, and in the founding team there are 6 people at the moment. And 3 out of the 6 people, I found them through my lunches. I remember I was stuck recently because we're building a technology startup and I had literally zero experience in technology or startup. I have no idea because I've got a commerce background and it's something that totally new for me and I have so much to learn. Instead of being frustrated or confused or don't know what to do because I was so stuck, I went back to one of my lunch guests who run a very successful startup business. He put me to the right track. He told me what to do, what I have done well, what I could have done better, and literally in one lunch, he saves me hundreds, if not thousands of hours being frustrated and put me to the right track. I'm now super passionate in spreading the message on how one simple idea, how utilize your lunchtime, lunch with strangers, can change your life and take your life to the next level. I know lunch with strangers might sound something that's a little bit scary to some people, and I've got a very interesting video to show you exactly how it feels to have lunch with strangers. Here we go.
A lot of people have asked me, how does it feel
to get out of your comfort zone and have lunch with strangers? Well, I can't think of a better and more official way to show you than me jumping out of a perfectly good plane. So that was me, flying up 15,000 feet up to the sky, screaming before I even jump. Have you ever seen the door of a plane open in the mid-air? Yes, I screamed more. But I did it! Wow! The view was so beautiful. I was so happy. It was so worth it. A lot of people like to focus on the scary part, where you imagine how bad the situation is. Well, think about my happy dance next time you need a little push. Yep, this is the happy dance I'm talking about. The celebration afterwards is what you should be focusing. I'm not saying that it's easy, I'm saying that it's worth it. Magic happens outside of your comfort zone. I know, that was a little crazy, right? Did you know that the skydiving idea was from one of my lunch guests too? He did it on his 50th birthday and inspired me to do it on my 30th birthday. Well, you know, with the COVID-19 pandemic, it is a very weird and challenging time for a lot of people. I know it's a challenging time, but it's probably the best time to take some action now, to build your confidence, to build your network, and take charge of your own destiny. Now we know that we need to focus on the celebration, you know, the happy dance instead of the scary part. Let me give you a challenge. 100 lunches sounds like a long journey and a big commitment, so let's just start with one. Remember what I said? One connection can change your life, and you never know when's your next life-changing connection is going to be made. So, could be today. So today, by the end of today, I challenge you to invite one person out for lunch. No agenda, nothing. Just go and have lunch and see what happens. It could be someone at the event at CARE24, or you can come to my website. There are a lot of people on there in the directory that's open to this idea and would love to have lunch with you. Just go to CARE24.com or 100lunches.com. And if you think that my silly happy dance do not enough to help you get out of your comfort zone, I've got more tools to help you. In my website, there's a free starter pack that you can download with a template on how to invite strangers out for lunch, with a step-by-step guide on what do you do before the lunch, during the lunch, and after the lunch, and some tips on how to make the lunch better, and an FAQ on most common questions to help you kickstart the process. Just go to kayleechu.com/care24 and you can get all the tools you need to help you with the process. Remember I mentioned earlier about the free book? You can actually get the free ebook as well by just going to the link that I mentioned earlier, and kayleechu.com/care24, and the ebook will be available for you until the end of tomorrow. Remember, nothing happened without action, and I'm here to support you. So if you've got any questions or something that you want me to help you, feel free to send me an email or just reach out to me, because I'm here to help you get there. One connection can change your life, and you can change your destiny. Thank you.
Our next speaker today is Adiba Barney. She is a former badass Silicon Valley CEO, now metastatic breast cancer patient advocate and champion. Adiba is here today to share her story that is so inspiring, I get tears in my eyes just thinking of introducing you to her. Adiba has had a life filled with both tough challenges, great achievements, and tons of fun adventures and joy. She worked hard for her successful career as a young woman in the male-dominated tech industry. Adiba survived stage 1 breast cancer twice at age 27 and 30, only to find herself diagnosed with the deadliest of them all, stage 4 metastatic breast cancer at age 37. Throughout the years, she's learned how to handle these challenges, survive and thrive from them instead of laying down and giving up. Adiba, it is my honor to turn the virtual stage over to you.
The sirens went off Hurry, hide. My mom, super pregnant with me and almost ready to burst, held my father's hand as he held my brother in his arms. Together, they ran for shelter as the bombs steadily rained down. The shelter was across the street and 2 floors underground from the house we had called home. We lived underground for weeks, sometimes months at a time. During those times, living underground was the only way we could survive. This was 1977 in Beirut, Lebanon, and the civil war had already been going on for 2 years. Holy shit, my mother's water breaks, spilling onto the floor where my mom, dad, and brother were hiding. They were trembling with fear, waiting for the bomb raid to pass. It's dark. The screams and cries, along with the bombs hitting their targets, drowned out my mom's screams from each contraction shooting pain. She is coming! The pain was too much for my mom to bear. My dad had a look of fear in his eyes, no longer from the bombs falling outside, now from seeing his beloved wife in such agony. Please, is there anyone who knows how to deliver a baby? He shouted. A woman who normally worked as a doula in our neighborhood appeared. I can help. After hours of trying, it turned out that I just didn't want to come out into that horrific world. The umbilical cord had wrapped itself around my neck. My mom needed to get to a hospital immediately or she would lose me and herself in the process. A friendly neighbor and his family lived close by. Dad knew that their car was still functional, hidden behind a concrete wall in their building's garage. But how would he get to it? My dad ran, carrying my mom as my brother held on tight to his back until they finally reached the neighbor's shelter. The neighbor showed kindness and offered to give them a ride to the nearest hospital. They traveled through the city as the bombs were coming down, somehow managing to avoid them. Luckily, my mom was in too much pain to even notice. October 23rd, 1977. I was born that day by emergency C-section, amazingly with the whole family alive and well. As they looked at me, the tiny little monkey who had come out, they saw that I was covered in body hair called lanugo. It's a soft, fine hair that sometimes covers the baby and acts as a protectant in the womb. Man, I must have known that I needed protection. That is, my dear friends, how I came into this world. Little did I know that that very moment of my birth would pave the way for a strength and resilience that would prove crucial for what was to come. Hi, everyone. I want to thank the awesome CARE24 team, and thank you for letting me be part of this incredible conference. And I also want to thank you guys for taking time out of your day and joining me for this session. So I just read you the prologue from my book titled When Life Hands You Cactuses, Make Margaritas. The book highlights my life's journey and the many ups and downs that I have experienced in my very short life. From the day I was born as a child of war in Lebanon through today, a 42-year-old mom living with a deadly stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. My story is about experiencing war as a child, fleeing Lebanon on a smuggler's boat, being an immigrant in Sweden, my fight for female independence from the patriarchal and conservative home that I grew up in, my 3 love stories, my heartbreak, my longing for a child, my struggle with infertility, my surviving breast cancer twice by the age of 30, only to be receiving the death sentence at 37, stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. My fun and successful career and how I achieved my dreams in a very male-dominated tech industry, and how after 15 years of trying, I finally became a mother. It's about my joy and passion for living life like there is no tomorrow and like I'm gonna live forever. Throughout the years, I've learned how to handle these challenges. I've learned how to survive and thrive from them instead of just laying down and giving up. So most of you have heard the word breast cancer survivor. Well, I don't call myself a breast cancer survivor, and I do not like when others call me that either. The fact is that I'm a cancer lifer. That means that I live and fight cancer every single day until my last breath. I'm never going to survive this deadly, incurable disease, but I can choose how to live with it. I can choose how to make it part of my everyday life without losing my love for living. I will do so. I will live my life until I take my last breath. Cancer is not going to take that away from me. In my book, I've included 8 margarita ingredients that have helped me persevere and thrive in life despite all these hardships and challenges that I've been through. And I'd like to share 4 of these 8 margarita ingredients with you. And I hope that they can help you on your own journey of life. So I want to start with the margarita ingredient, resilience. So resilience. My whole life experience can be summarized with this word, resilience. I've had to be resilient and strong many times throughout my life. And for each time, I learned more about myself and I gained new tools and ways of handling the stress, the pain, and grief that came with each challenge, with each tragedy that I was through. And you'll be able to read all about those and how I handled them in my book. So in other words, I'd like you to try to remember, what did you do last time you went through a tough time that helped you overcome that specific challenge? So what kind of tools did you gain from being in that specific challenge and getting out of it? And so I'd like you to think about that and then use that. So don't get stuck in the challenge itself. Look at it from the outside looking in. And then in your mind, create an itemized action plan or action list in how to get out of it. That is how I've done it my whole life. I created project plans for every single challenge with a timeline and action and goals and all of that. Looking at my problem from the outside looking in instead of just getting stuck in it. So by being able to be resilient, that I've been, it doesn't mean that it wasn't tough or that I didn't break down. I'm only human after all, even though I sometimes wish I was a superhuman. I actually allowed myself to feel all those tough emotions and to break down, to get all of that out of my system. But by being resilient, by having these tools and using them every time, I learned how to work through those emotions. I learned how to not let them bring me down into this dark and sad place. Most importantly, my own tools helped me to not stay or get stuck in that dark and sad place, in that tough time. Get out of it and live my life. That was really, really important. And I personally believe that anyone can be resilient and strong. It's not something that you're either born with or not. I think that resilience develops along the journey of life, along our experiences that we have. It develops when we know more about ourselves and truly respect, love, and believe in ourselves. If we have a positive view of ourselves and confidence in our abilities and our strength, we are going to create this amazing tool called resilience, because all of that is key to being resilient. Another really important part of my resilient journey and how I am able to follow my own margarita recipe is that I don't really give a shit about the little things. Happenings in life that normally take up way too much space in people's minds and hearts, I just don't let them. After all, if it's not a death or life situation, it is always fixable. And it is not the whole world, you know. So that was resilient. Let's dive into the next ingredient in my margarita recipe, fear. So I say feel the fear and do it anyway. So I've always been called fearless, but that's not really true. I'm not fearless. Everyone has fear. Everyone should have fear. Now, without fear, how do we feel? How do we get hurt? How do we get excited? How do we feel joy and accomplishment for conquering that fear? Fear is extremely important to feel to truly live. However, many people let the feel of fear keep them from doing extraordinary things. So many people let the fear of failure keep them from achieving great success. But by failing and getting up again, we move on to the next level in our journey of life. We discover parts of ourselves that we didn't even know. We discover that we can achieve way more than we thought we could and we're capable of. So by doing the thing you fear and realizing that you survived it, whatever that thing may be, the feeling of accomplishment will be extremely rewarding. I have not let fear stand in the way of living my life the way I want it. Even if I was scared, I would still go through with accepting that job that seems super hard to do, get up on stage and talk in front of a lot of people, or move to a different country where I have no friends or family, go out there and find love again after my heart was broken, keep trying to have a child even though the fear of failure was constant and I kept failing over and over again, starting my second company even though I failed my first, writing this book and sharing my whole life with the whole world. The list is long of things that I have done in my life despite feeling fear of them. Dealing with the fear of dying, however, is definitely the toughest fear I have ever had to deal with. It is super scary to carry an incurable disease that you only have an 11% chance of living for 5 more years. So I've lived for 5 years and 5 months with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer, and only 11% live longer than 10 years. So I have not even 5 more years to go to be one of the 11% that survive that long. To not ever really know where the cancer cells are more active, what part of my body is going to be under attack next. I live from scan to scan every 3 months, treatment to treatment, until there are no more treatments available. I am on my 4th line of treatment. But see, I'm not going to let that fear stop me from living and enjoy the time I have left on this planet. I deal with my fear of dying by feeling it when it comes, accepting it, telling it, hey, I know you're there, but I don't have time for you right now. I am just too busy living. I put it in a box, I close the lid, and I place it far in the back on a shelf. And I say, feel the fear and do it anyway. Now, I hope you're not sensitive. I'd like to share the margarita ingredient unfuckwithable with you. Yep, you heard right, unfuckwithable. So that's a word that totally encapsulates how I always try to live my life. And that has always helped me in both my career, my fight for my independence, throughout my whole cancer journey. So what does it stand for? What does the word unfuckwithable actually mean? Well, if you look it up in a slang dictionary, you'll find the following. Unfuckwithable is when you are a person who is truly at peace with yourself and nothing anyone says or does bothers you. No negativity or drama can touch you. That is what unfuckwithable means. So it took a while and several disappointments to get to that point in my life when I said, nope, not gonna let that bother me, not gonna let that boss or that colleague get to me. You see, working in as an executive in the tech industry as a young female forced me to really embrace the unfuckwithable mentality. I often find myself having to speak up and not care about how I would be perceived by my colleagues. If I didn't, I would not have gone far in my career. I was many times seen as someone that was just too forward, too much, that I took up too much space. It wasn't until I started working in Silicon Valley that I felt that I belonged in a company culture. Pretty much everyone in Silicon Valley have a similar attitude. And I realized that was pretty normal for someone that was ambitious and wanted to go places. So don't be afraid to take up as much space as you like to get where you want in life. Speak up, make yourself heard. Whether it's in your professional life or as a patient having to deal with a bunch of different doctors and their opinions on your care, or just in your relationship where you feel you're not being heard or appreciated, it doesn't mean you don't care about people and their feelings. It doesn't mean you step on other people to get to where you want. In fact, it means you can get way more done if you at the same time are kind, compassionate, and empathetic to other people's needs. It just means that you don't have to lose yourself in the process. All right, another margarita ingredient that has helped me and that I wanted to end this talk with is empowerment. And I'm going to run through this a little bit because I think I am running out of time. You see, empowerment has always been what drives me. Throughout my 20-year-long career in the tech industry, I've been greatly motivated by empowering others to succeed. So their success was my success. Through my different roles, I had the great opportunity to support startup entrepreneurs, women in tech, minorities in tech, innovators, whole ecosystems, science parks, incubators, cities to whole countries, as you read about it in my book. But why? I've been asked many times to use all that energy I have, those creative ideas and great efforts to be part of initiatives that would have made me rich and generate big exits. But I've chosen not to. It doesn't mean that I didn't know my worth or that I didn't get paid good money for my work. It just means that to really do a great job for me, my motivation had to come from something far more important than money or wealth. I had to feel like I'm doing something that's fun, engaging, challenging, and above all, had a greater meaning. My days of being a badass CEO in Silicon Valley and empowering others in the tech industry might be over because of my disease. However, I still have a great purpose now when I'm on long-term disability for my metastatic breast cancer. I continue to empower people. However, now as a patient advocate and a champion for the metastatic breast cancer community, it is very therapeutic for me and it gives me a great purpose in life. And it also shows my son that his mama is doing everything in her power to not die from this horrific disease. And before I die, I want to make sure that I have done all I can to create more awareness and knowledge about metastatic breast cancer, and that I have raised as much funds as possible for research into new treatments. That's the only way we're going to live longer. Funding research that makes us new treatments. So no pink ribbons. If not for me, at least for the future women and men that are struggling with this horrific disease. Yes, men get breast cancer too. Now ask yourself, what motivates you? Perhaps it's time for a change. And know this, when life hands you cactuses, make margaritas. You'll be able to go in to CARE24, my speaker page there, and find a link to pre-order my book. And it's going to be published in October, maybe even sooner. We're almost done with it. So I want to thank everyone at CARE24, and I want to thank you for listening to me, and I wish you all the happiness and success in life. Thank you so much.
just to look around and see that we're changing lives every single day just by getting up and speaking, because everybody's talking about lived experience, and I think that makes a difference, because you're talking about events that happen in everybody's lives every single day.
20 years ago, manning up meant closing up, shutting up, and dealing with your problems yourself. And now, through the work of people like Matt, it's really becoming common knowledge that manning up now is about opening up, speaking up, asking for help.
It's helped build me a friendship, a lifelong friendship with Matty and Mindful Oz. Like from day dot, last 5 years, he's always been there for me, whether it's 10 o'clock at night or 8 o'clock in the morning. It's a phone call, it's a check-in, and just connecting into a space where Mindful Oz shares their stories with you. And I think as a man, that's what we need.
Hey everyone around the world, wherever you may be, I trust that you are all healthy, well and happy. On Thursday, 1st of December 2016, I sat 14 rows back, 5 seats across to my right hand side, in an auditorium full of over 1,000 strong people. On this day they were broken, upset, a mess, shade of the people they once were. It was the funeral of the 7th mate I'd lost to suicide in just 25 years. Something that I consider truly preventable when suicide is associated with poor mental health. This image is one that flicks back and forth through my head every single day of those faces of those mates that I've lost and the families left behind, and it breaks my heart. I would do anything to bring back any of those mates and show them how beautiful and meaningful their life could have been, the same way mine's become now. But I can't. It's not something that rocks me for 2 days, for 6 months, for 4 years down the track. It's something that breaks my heart every day, and it fuels my passion for everlasting positive social change, and it gives me the energy of a morning to get up and go again. Has there ever been a more timely topic than the one we're talking about right now? The life we live is easier when we share it with others. The right words at the right time to the right audience to the right person could possibly and potentially be the way to change or save that person's life. The human condition, as far as we know it, is wired for love, belonging and connection. It's a very beautiful thing that we possess unlimited amounts of it. It's time to start sharing it. There is no qualification for empathy or compassion. It's the everyday choice we have when we wake up, and a choice again to utilise with every interaction we have, be that with a stranger, a friend, colleague or family member. The difference between how much we say we can and how much we actually show it is the difference that this world is desperately aching for. What would it look like if we tapped into 1,440 minutes we have each day and used them for the betterment of others? Based on some of my own research, every 60 seconds around the world, 250 babies are born, 144 people get the keys to a new home, and 83,000 people will have intimacy, all of which create new and beautiful happy memories. Even me and you, we're the blessed ones. Alone in the next 60 seconds, our heart will beat 60 to 100 times. But more importantly for me, every minute, somewhere around the world, we lose someone to suicide. Their heart stops beating. And the time it takes for us to lose a loved one to suicide is the same time it takes of us as brothers and sisters, keepers, parents, caregivers and loved ones to reach in and positively impact the people around us and show them that they too are loved and worthwhile. The loss of life every 60 seconds could be a continent away, a country away, a street away, or it could potentially be under your very own roof. Unfortunately for me, that's the case, and it's the occurrence in my life dating back to the age of just 12 years old, primary school. If you can take a positive out of such a horrific situation as now losing 10 mates to suicide by the age of 29, it would be that day, the funeral of my mate. It was the birthplace of two very important findings for me that day. Firstly, devastation I seen on every single person in that auditorium was the confronting smack in the face that I needed that day to go and get the help and treatment that I desperately required, but desperately deserved. More importantly, it was that day that I said enough is enough, and something was going to change. I didn't fear myself and the thought of ending my life. What I truly feared was the shame and judgment of others. It was that exact place and thought where my life changed, not just for me, but for the people around me. And just like you, we both each stand here right now with experiences and pain that cannot be taught. Experiences that would help people find hope and healing, the same way someone else's story did for me. I had a bad belief system for years, one that screamed, why me, life sucks, this isn't fair. It was a feeling of entitlement that life owed me something and that I had been dealt the poor hand. And I was shut off to the world and numb to every single opportunity up ahead of me for the best part of 8 years, dragging my feet and living with no acceptance of hope or any chance of healing or recovery. I wasn't going to continue suffering from poor mental health, accepting that torturous defeat, because that's what it pretty much was. And we see it quite often in so many cultures and communities. A belief system of suffering, creating a story in our own mind that nothing good is happening around us, when there are so many things every single day to be grateful for everywhere you look. My misunderstanding was the world was happening to me and not for me. I was wrong. Was I going to keep sitting at the back of these funerals and lying awake at night, criticising what my poor mental health had done to my life? Now living with bipolar disorder, losing those 10 mates to the silent killer we call suicide, or leading me to live from the street, homeless in 2013? Or would I instead acknowledge what it could mean to me and how I could choose to look at it? I had to rewire that story in my mind, from one of torture to one of acknowledging all the beautiful people and giving credit to all the good things that had happened to me as a result of the pain, trauma and grief that I'd been through and experienced. I had to channel that of what I'd seen and felt for so long for the betterment of someone else. That's the gift, and we all have that gift. We all know pain and it's all valid. I'm not asking you to agree, but I think it's worth considering that the change in me could be the change in a lot of us. It's a thought I'd been rejected for many years. While I was bathing in that bad limiting belief system, the same belief system that had been handed to me with my script, with my diagnosis. That I was a broken machine that needed fixing. That I was a defect of humanity. That life would be really difficult for me from here on out, living with bipolar disorder. Instead of a beautiful creative mind that's seen the world in a unique way, I was just someone who needed to better understand what wellness looked like and how to consistently achieve it for myself. Mental illness and the loss of mates has been my greatest teacher by far. The loss of friends has birthed the love for people and a level of compassion and empathy that I otherwise wouldn't have known or ever reached. It has led me to this moment in time, the exact place I stand right now. It has given me the ability to be in a position to give back, to help change the conversation and the culture of mind and behavioural health, wellness and resilience. To show the young champions of tomorrow, my favourites, our future, the strength of who they are, based on their own value and uniqueness, combined with the strength of others, our supports. Help people right across this world realise to flex the emotional muscles of their struggle, the most important muscle to flex. It has enabled me to feel alive again. Every day my eyes are open, my feet hit the ground and I'm breathing in that fresh air out there. I'm one of the lucky ones and so are you. To still be here, to be able to tell stories and to share our healings and learnings and to do it together. It was my own rediscovery of hope, visible in kindness, visible in other people, that enabled me to see that if they could live a healthy, happy and fulfilling life, even with their diagnosis, loss, grief and pain, then why couldn't I? They inspired me to find the strength within and shift from survival to fight. And you don't really realise how strong you can be until being strong is your only option. So, here are my 10 lessons for you and your loved ones. These are my scars that have led to the valuable lessons. Number 1, be sad. Because if you are, you can hear your heart through it. Tears come from the heart, not the brain. If today you feel sadness, you are alive and you're leading with the heart. That's a very beautiful thing and there's no shame in that. Sadness shows us the path to joy. 2, be angry. It will help you identify what, who, and where you need to remove yourself from. It's an action signal for positive change. Anger is okay, aggression is not. Don't let anger sit long enough to become aggression. Aggression is like holding on to the hot coal and hoping the other person gets burned from it. Throw it away. Get the learnings from it. Number 3, be confused. It's where you begin to learn the new things. It's the route to clarity and a better focus. Remember not to try and convince our head of something that we know and our heart knows is not true or is a lie. Go with the emotion and not the intellect. Remember, lead with your heart. Find what sets your soul on fire. 4, be frustrated. It's where deliberate action takes place, where our focus becomes on the outcomes and not the obstacle, the why instead of the how. Get excited about creating that magic. Remember your why. Number 5, be broken. It's where we heal stronger. Restoration and refurbishment always looks and feels a lot nicer. Number 6, be lost. Because life isn't about finding yourself, it's about creating yourself. What you find already existed. What you can create can be an absolute masterpiece. The only limitation is yourself. Number 7, be alone. There isn't anything more satisfying than living your life only to realise that you're with your best friend the whole time, to depend on nobody. That's a true sign of strength. Number 8, be behind. Appreciate all the life miles you've covered, the setbacks, the challenges, the pain, the trauma. Those are what makes you you. This is what makes me me. Fall in love with that life that you are creating. Don't fall into line or love with the walk of others and the dance of the world and what society is painting. Be you, be unique. Number 9, be afraid. This is the part that shows us that it's all worth it. Bravery and courage comes from doing the things that are unknown and not guaranteed. All of the magic of that lies within outside of the comfort. So step in. Rather than ignore your emotions or suppress them, it's about embracing them and using them to inspire growth. Turn all our emotions around, guide them, dance with them, and create magic with them. Number 10 was be you. I'm learning to be okay with whatever happens to me, however it happens to me, and wherever I am in the world, but no more hiding from the truth. There are no burdens in my life or your life, only blessings and lessons. Only people who are burdens are those that mock a pain that they have never experienced like you or I have. And I will continue to use all of these learnings, experiences, frustrations, anger, sadness, joys that I've experienced to share with beautiful people, to recognise that when they tap into the strength of who they truly are at their core, they too can live a life, a healthy, happy and fulfilling life, and contribute in a big, big way. From one believer in recovery to another listening right now, wherever you are in the world, please, from me, know that you are loved, you are worthwhile, and you are unique. And at the very least, I love that. Go change your world.
Take 611 action. Hi.
Hi guys, welcome to Brighton.
I'm currently in beautiful and colorful Colorado, but I'm from Qatar.
I'm coming at you from Nottingham, which is in the heart of England.
Hello. Hi, I'm Nathan. I'm from Sydney, Australia. My name's Carl. I'm also from Sydney, Australia. We're both music producers. Together we make the band Me Again.
Hello, my name is Renette and I'm from Ghana.
Well, hello there. I'm Simon. Thanks for inviting me to join the conversation. I'm from England and I'm going to be 53 years old tomorrow.
Something's off and I'm counting on a sound that's...
My name's Ahmed. I'm in Mombasa, Kenya, on the Kenyan coast. It's very nice to meet you. What has changed in my neighborhood over the past couple of months? I think it's our sense of connectedness. We've started checking in on each other. We've started truly investing in relationships with each other. Prior to that, we didn't really talk that much. It was sort of a hi in the hallway. But yeah, now because of the pandemic, I think we're a lot more connected and care about each other and know a lot more about each other.
I think something positive that has happened for me in the last few months is also something I've noticed for our local community. Every minute of my life before a few months ago has been scheduled, even free time. I run around from my full-time day job then to working at my studio that I own And then when I get home, I have to do all the administrative functions that I can't do when I'm physically teaching. And then I also need to cook or spend time with my mom or spend time with my dog. And then last place was usually taking care of myself. And so I think that I was just running on empty for a very long time and not really fully realizing that. And so the last few months has really given me an opportunity to slow down, and I can fully acknowledge the fact that I only slowed down because the entire world stopped.
A lot of people were reliant on commercial services for their daily entertainment and livelihood, be it the gym as an example. So when everything shut down and quarantines were more in effect, you saw more and more people going back to the basics, getting back into nature, walking, biking, being with each other. So it was nice to see all of the noise kind of get shut down and people really coming together. And so, yes, I think quarantine was difficult for many, if not most. But with all challenges in life, if it doesn't kill you, it definitely makes you stronger.
Yo, what's up guys? I'm Mateo. I'm half German, half Colombian, and I live in London, as you can see. Canary Wharf, lovely. I came to London to study philosophy, politics, and economics, and I've recently graduated, and I'm a musician. I play the guitar, and I love it. So I'm excited to be a part of this. Actually looks like I'm on the water, but I'm not.
In terms of positive changes, well, unfortunately my eldest daughter lost her job as the crisis unfolded. So she came home, and my youngest daughter lives with me. She's at Nottingham Trent University studying music. So we had the family back together, which we hadn't had for some time, to be fair. All of a sudden we've been thrown together, and it has been a really positive experience. Yes, we've had our ups and downs, we've had our fights, we've had our arguments, but we also laugh a lot, and we all really enjoy each other's company.
So during the whole quarantine season, I've had a lot of time just for myself and just thinking, not even doing anything. And I've realized the importance of balance. So it's like sometimes we have highs in life, we have lows, life goes sideways, left and right. But we gotta stay balanced, because without that balance, we don't have clarity of vision. Very often my own emotions got in the way of my vision, and I feel like when you're balanced is when you see things just for what they are, and that's when you make good decisions and create a positive future.
One positive change is the increased sense of community that we've had due to COVID. Everybody has been coming together.
People actually talk to each other, and there's a real sort of overt communication going on between neighbours and people you see on the street, and people will stop and chat, and you realise that a lot of people have the same sort of ambitions, short-term goals, long-term aspirations, and it's been really nice to get to know people and to talk to people who I think probably I would not have spoken to in such great depth over the last few months as I have.
So to have that created again, I've been able to get to know my neighbours who were right next to me, but I probably would have just passed them by on the street. So that's been a wonderful creation, a sense of community, both online as well as face-to-face.
Our next speaker, Lisa Pavlakos, has an emotional story about perseverance and how life always has a silver lining if you look carefully for it. She will also top off her talk with 7 powerfully simple messages you can use to develop your own phenomenal mindset. Lisa, the virtual stage is yours.
My story begins in Malaysia, a country brimming with cultural and religious diversity, a place that I loved to call home. I was 6 years old when an uncle that I absolutely loved and trusted betrayed me by sexually abusing me. Not knowing how to deal with the trauma, I internalized it, and it made me become a very introverted child. These incidents created a cataclysm of events that shaped me to be the woman that I am today. They say that we are the sum of our experiences, and today you will see me sitting here in front of you as the embodiment of that. My family, they decided to migrate to colourful Australia, a land of opportunities, when I was 12 years of age. I was happy about this decision because it meant that I would no longer see my uncle. At 14, the abuse continued. I was raped by my cousin. After the rape, I felt like I was worthless and that my life meant nothing. I felt like I should be blamed for everything. My parents, they were raised in a culture where nobody speaks out about the wrongdoing of another. We all have a different tale to tell, and no matter who we are in this world, sometimes our hardships can make us believe that everything is self-inflicted and everything is our fault. At 15, I became depressed, attempt suicide. So at 16, because I was misunderstood, unheard, I fled from that environment, not knowing that I was about to embark on a whole new journey. I read a saying by Audrey Hepburn, "Happy girls are the prettiest," which made me think that if I had a man to love me, just maybe I would find happiness. Again, I was wrong. I ran away from abuse only to attract more abuse. At 19, I found every courage I could to escape this violent relationship. At 20, walking home from school one day, I didn't know that I was being followed by a man that I had never seen before. He kidnapped me. He held a knife against my body and asked me to recite my last rites. We all have a story, and yours will be unique in its own way. And just because you haven't lived the life that I have lived, it does not mean that you haven't suffered or that your pain is not valid. Your pain is, and with every sadness, I need you to know that there can also be a silver lining. After the kidnap, I became more vulnerable and susceptible to more violence. So the very man who broke my face was the man who raped me, and I gave birth to my son, who became my silver lining. The secret of change is to focus all your energy, not of fighting the old, but of building the new. We can't change the things that happen to us, but we can take control of the rudder and steer our lives in the direction that we want it to go in. And this direction, it should always be upwards. Today, I come to you as a mother of 5 children, a businesswoman, a philanthropist, a speaker, sharing my journey of adversity as inspiration to orphanages in Asia. educating the people from the slums of Makoko in Africa, the corporate CEOs in stages across the world, hoping to inspire the masses to achieve the very best that they can. I'd like to share with you 7 lessons when it comes to developing a phenomenal mindset. Number 1, your thoughts. Thoughts create energy, and everything in this world has energy. Thoughts are like your prayers and affirmations that go out into the world, and the energy is what you are creating for yourself. When I conceived my firstborn son in circumstances which were out of my control, I chose to think of him as my blessing. Because of these powerful thoughts, this is the prayer that I put out into the universe. Watch your thoughts. They become your words. Watch your words, because they become your actions. Watch your actions, they become habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. And watch your character, because it becomes your destiny. Number 2, your awareness. Our life's journey will unquestionably include detours, setbacks, challenges, and failures. You can take proactive steps to walk towards a better, positive future. Be aware of your needs and try to have them met as best as you can. If you need help, seek for it. If you need love, then love yourself first to fulfill your own needs. Which brings me to point number 3. Love yourself. I got so tired of seeking validation that I realized that the only way was to change the way I think about myself. Now I know that our primary relationship is with ourselves, and others are all mirrors of it. And as we learn to love ourselves, we automatically receive the love and the appreciation that we desire from others. Number 4, your purpose. Allow your passion to be your purpose. Seek out meaning in everything that you do and let it help guide your executive decisions. The more you derive authentic meaning from your own leadership, the more others will want to naturally follow you and emulate your example. We should cross over past and present boundaries that hold us back. Everything that's negative that we choose to hold on to. Number 5, your circle. Cutting negative people from our lives does not mean that we dislike them. It just simply means that we put ourselves first. You can't improve your life if you are surrounded by negative people that consistently victimize you. Choose to rewrite your story like I did. Number 6, your responsibility. You see, we can make big difference in our life by changing how we relate to our past if we start to see it for what it really was. Try to be objective. Be grateful for your hardships. Your hardships will stimulate a I can do it kind of attitude. Sometimes we can't help the things that happen to us, but we can help the positive decisions that we make to better our life. Number 7, your mind shift. Opportunities don't just happen. You have to create them, and when opportunity knocks on your door, you need to make sure that your fear isn't holding you back. I say, develop a phenomenal mindset, one that is capable of transcending all barriers, one that is capable of seeing multiple perspectives, a mind that can find alternative angles and has the power to turn any negative into a positive. Now, when we have this powerful mindset, anything is possible. Each day as the sun rises, we need to remind ourselves that we are yet again given another chance to improve on yesterday. We need to stop thinking about what could go wrong and start thinking about what will go right. We must create experiences that leave us in amazement, for these will be the highlights of our existence.
Mark Levy creates ideas for a living. The ideas he and his clients have created or co-created have been used and discussed by hundreds of millions of people worldwide. His clients include Simon Sinek, Harvard Business School, and the creator of the famed cult TV show Mystery Science Theater 3000. Mark also co-created the magic show Chamber Magic, which TripAdvisor ranks as the #1 live show in New York City, rated higher than even the musical Hamilton. Welcome to the virtual stage, Mark. Mark, you have a very unusual job. You come up with ideas for a living. Tell us about it. How did you get that job?
Well, interestingly, I've been doing this job for a few decades now, coming up with ideas for a living. I did not answer any kind of ad in a newspaper or on any kind of website, or no one asked me to do this stuff. How I came to it is kind of interesting. For years, I don't remember, 14 years or so, I was the director of the 3rd largest book wholesaler in the world. So what we would do is we'd buy millions of dollars worth of books from publishing houses like Simon & Schuster and Random House and so forth, and we'd sell them into bookstores, chain bookstores, independent bookstores. So over that time, I calculated that I must have looked at and sold 25,000 different books, like one at a time. I would have to call these different outlets and pitch them books. And so I developed this expertise at looking at a book, seeing what it was about really quickly, seeing what the interesting ideas were, if there were any, and why it should sell, or maybe why it shouldn't sell, even if the publisher thought it should sell, maybe I thought it shouldn't sell, or maybe what was happening in the world that would influence the sales of the book. And then I'd have to get on the phone and sell it. And so I helped sell over $1 billion worth of books in that time. And after a while, though, I just saw that kind of job that I had, I thought was kind of going away. So the idea of a middleman. So I started my own consulting business. And what it was, and I didn't see anyone else doing this, it was this idea of people would hire me and I would look at their businesses as if they were a book. Right? Because that was my background. That's how I knew it, right? This is an important lesson for everyone. Like, you look at things in the way that makes sense to you. So someone would come to me with their business or a product or a service, and they'd say, what's the best way to sell it? Like, what's the sexiest way to sell it? And I'd look at it, and even if it was a business, right, and it had nothing to do with books, I'd look at it as if it was a book, and I'd say, what's the main idea here? What are the ancillary ideas? What are the stories in this business or this book? And what are the lessons from those? And then I'd move things around to try to make it as bestseller as it possibly could be, right? Even if it wasn't a book, that's just how I looked at it, right? So I framed it in a way, and I still do it to this day, that makes sense to me. So it's this idea of sometimes what you need to do in life, people are not going to hand it to you. They're not going to come to you and tell, no one was asking me to do this. What I've been doing the past almost 20 years. It was not a request by someone. I made it up. And I decided what the methodology was. I decided who I would approach. I decided how I would operate around it, right? So that's how I started that. Yeah.
So what would you recommend to the listeners as a way for them to come up with their own ideas and then pursue them in something like the way you did yours?
Yeah. So for one thing, in order to come up with brand new ideas on whatever it is you're doing, a business you want to create, a book you want to write, like a channel you want to start, whatever it is. So know that trying to come up with a new idea from a standstill is very, very difficult. So in other words, what I'm saying is, if you just go about, let's say you have a boring job, and you just have a boring job all week long, you're not thinking creatively, and it's very hard to suddenly turn on the idea factory. It's so some of my best advice on this is kind of like, you need to keep your idea factory warmed up at all times. You need to walk around creatively. It's not as difficult as it sounds, because I think you kind of get what you expect from life. So if you walk around expecting disappointment, you're going to be disappointed over and over and over again. If you walk around expecting wonder from life, you are going to find wonderful things all day long, right? So I tend to walk around looking for opportunities, looking for cool things that I can do that can happen, and looking for surprises. A guy whose work I adore, this guy named Roger Schenck, he was, I guess he's still a professor. He was at Yale, he was at Northwestern, he's a bunch of places. So Roger Schenck had once said, look for anomalies. Anomalies are where the action is. So what anomalies are things in life that you walk around and you don't expect to see them. They surprise you. And so then you have to wonder, why did that surprise me? And it can give you a good idea. So for instance, I remember I was once in Walmart. I was shopping for shirts. As you can tell, I'm that kind of guy. And I was shopping for shirts in Walmart, and I saw from a distance, I saw on a table that there were 3 stacks of t-shirts. And the thing that got my attention was the stack on the left-hand side was super high, the stack on the right-hand side was super high, and the one in the middle was low. And it gave me an idea, like I had a hypothesis that was an anomaly. Like, why is the middle stack? And I thought I knew why, but I walked up to the 3 rows and to check my hypothesis. So the left-hand row was small and extra small. Tall, right? It had a bunch of different things in it. The one on the right-hand side was large, extra large, extra, extra large, like all those things. And exactly as I thought, the one in the middle was so small because it only had one size, and that's medium. But I thought to myself, gee, why don't they create shirts that are extra medium? You have extra small, you have extra large. And by the way, that became a joke that was part of a Kickstarter campaign that I helped write for that made $6.2 million. So you don't know like where the stuff is going to come from. So if you're just always walking around wondering, why things are the way they are, but especially looking for things that kind of defeat your expectation, if that makes sense. But the point I want to make is that I do that very actively, and I do it a lot. So when I'm working with clients, so I'll ask a client to start telling me about their business. Like I'll ask them a bunch of different questions, but I prime them ahead of time. I say to them, I'm going to swing at every pitch you throw. So what that means is everything that you say to me, in my mind, I may not say it, or I may say it, but I'm going to think, oh, how do we make this into a big idea? How do we make that into a big idea? So the client will start saying things to me, and I will just like say, oh, what happens if we took that and we put it here and we did this? And I warn them ahead of time that I'm brainstorming with them in the moment, because I'm not so much about picking and choosing when the brainstorming starts. I tend to walk around in life brainstorming.
And that's the lesson right there, isn't it? And that goes to the point of always being in the mode of looking for those moments, so that at the moment when you need it most, you've got a whole bunch of data already in your head and ready to go.
That's exactly. Well, it's this idea of you get what you look for. So if you're looking for creative ideas or anomalies or surprises in the world, or things to build a business around, or things to make art from, or whatnot, you'll see those things. If you're not looking for those things, you won't see them. I've done a lot of really interesting things in life. Like, among other things, I do magic. as you know, right? I co-created the highest rated live show on TripAdvisor in New York City, Chamber Magic. It's a magic show. It's rated higher than even the show Hamilton. It's run for 20 years. And so when I need to create magic tricks, I don't often walk around thinking about magic tricks. So I could be passing by something that could be a magic trick. But when I don't need a magic trick, when I need a magic trick, I start seeing the world as tricks. And now I start saying like, oh, you know, this cup here, it has a recessed bottom. I could hide a coin there. And oh, this, you know, so everything I'm passing by becomes magic trick for me. But when I don't need tricks, I don't think that way. But it's the same thing with other things. When I need business ideas, suddenly emails that I would never have opened before, I start opening and say, okay, what business model are they using there? Or what are they selling? Why are they trying to sell it that way? And so forth. And then I start applying it to what it is that I'm doing, right? So how you set your mind during the day, like you need to say, this is what I need. And then you need to go out and find it. You need to see things through that focus, and you'll find stuff all day long that helps you with that focus, right? If that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. Now, my next question is, how do you suggest people keep track of all that stuff? Because you know, you can stick it up in your head, obviously, but do you have any tools or any suggestions short of a document you put in the cloud, like I call a story matrix? Do you have any kind of tools that you suggest people use to keep track of this stuff?
Yeah. Well, the idea of a story matrix scares me. It sounds too formal. That's not how I work. It may work for you. If someone said, Mark, you need to create a story matrix, I would go, oh my God, and it would panic me. Go ahead.
All it is a simple way to keep track of the stories in your life, the fun, the success, the failure, and those kinds of stories, so that you can quickly go there and look if you need this.
Yeah.
It's a jog.
I love that.
How do you jog your memory with all these creative ideas that you come up with?
I love that. Yes, thank you. So what I do is throughout the day, because I come up with so many ideas, I actually, I take notes in my iPhone or I write things down with pen and paper on me. But like the key is, or I take voice memos, but the real key to this is as quickly as I possibly can. So I have all these different ideas for businesses, for shows, for magic tricks, for differentiation, for, you know, like campaigns, PR campaigns, all these kinds of things. You know, people hire me to help them create movements. And so, you know, so I'll look around and say, oh, that could help create the move, you know. And so I'm talking into my recorder. What I do is when I get back home, I open up a document like your story matrix, but without that formal name. And I open up a document and I write about my idea that I had or my ideas that I have. I write them down in different documents, but here's the key. I write them down in such a way that if I were to look at my document 10 years later, I would know what the idea meant. Because I know a lot of people who keep good ideas in a very fragmented way in their phones or in emails or so, and they forget that they have them, or if they don't forget that they have them, when they actually go to find them, they'll see like a fragment of a sentence or an idea, and they won't fully understand what it means. So I sit there, and I don't mean this is some arduous, time-consuming thing, but like I have these little chunks of complete thoughts, complete paragraphs about what the thought is, so I could open it up at any time and just like dive in and know that there's an idea there that I could use, and I would know what it meant.
That's a perfect segue into some things that you've done a lot of writing about. Help the audience understand what writing means to you so that they can use writing in their own lives in a way that perhaps they've never thought of before.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. I use writing I use a type of writing that many people in the audience might know already. It's called, I wrote a whole book about it. It's called free writing. So what free writing does is it's a way of writing for yourself. Predominantly, you can write for other people using free writing, but you predominantly write for yourself, and it's using writing to help you generate new ideas. See, when we use writing, usually what people do is they go to write something and it's for other people. It's taking what it is you already know and trying to make it sound smart and try to make it sound entertaining and all these things and try to make it understandable for other people in the world. That's not what free writing is about. Free writing is a method, and I'll explain how to do it in a second, but it's a way of watching your own mind think. And it's a way of getting you to produce ideas through writing that you wouldn't have had if you just sat there and thought about a problem. So you actually come away. Sometimes when I want new ideas, I actually sit down to write, and the act of writing produces them rather than me coming to the writing table with the ideas in mind. So the way I go about free writing, and it's not my method, it was created like 100 years ago or more. Some people call it spontaneous writing, and they have other names like that. And what free writing is, the way I go about it is I set a timer for, let's say, 10 minutes, but that's arbitrary. You can set it for 5 minutes, 7 minutes, you can set it for 40 minutes or an hour. And what I do is I open up a blank document, and suppose I want to create an idea about like, let's say I want to start a business, but this could be for anything. I would open this blank document, I would hit go on my timer, and I would start typing about whatever had energy in my mind about what it was I wanted to create. So I'd start writing, literally, I might do something like this with the timer going, okay, I want to come up with a new idea for a new business that I'm having. Let's see, what do I know about business, and what do I know about ideas, and what are the kinds of things that I might want to be doing? So what you do when you free write is it's for your eyes only, so you don't have to worry about being good. You don't have to worry about the spelling's correct or anything like that, right? You can have all the red lines showing on your spell check. It doesn't make any difference. What you're doing is you're going to write for the full 10 minutes without stopping for any reason whatsoever, and you're going to go a little faster than you normally do. Like, if you normally drive 50 miles an hour, this would be like driving 60 miles an hour. You're just going a little faster. And the reason why you do these things is this. It's inside each one of us, there's an internal editor that does a very important job. It cleans up what we think and say and write as we think and say and write it, so that we always look smart and consistent to other people. So something that Nathan says sounds like something Nathan would say, right? You say something and people go, yep, that sounds like a Nathan thought, right? So that's because of your internal editor. And your internal editor, they're doing something, right? It wants you to look smart. It wants you, so it's going through the same wheel of stories and ideas and strategies that you've used over and over again that are very successful for you, that you've gone very far in life. And so it's using the stuff that's worked. The problem is when you want to come up with new ideas that you haven't had before, and you want to create something the likes of which you have not done before, your internal editor is just going to keep sending you back to those things. You're going to say, oh my God, I thought I was so smart, but I keep on having the same thoughts over and over again. Why is that? It's because you have to escape the internal editor. So if you keep on writing without stopping and you go a little faster than you normally do, after a while, your internal editor cannot keep up with the production of your, right? It's writing without thinking. You're just writing as whatever comes to your mind. You're not trying to clean it up or anything. Or it's almost like writing not with your brain, but with your fingers. The way I look at free writing, by the way, I sometimes think it's about me sitting down and typing. I don't even think of it as writing. It's like, oh, I'm going to do 10 minutes of typing. And by the way, the word free writing, I don't know where the word really came from or what it means exactly, but the way I define it is free writing as in free from the normal rules of writing. The normal rules of writing says your writing needs to be smart, it needs to be consistent, it needs to be understandable for other people. Free writing is no, this is to get you to thoughts that you would have never had any other way.
And so with the last minute that you have with the audience, what are 1 or 2 action items that they can take beyond what you've already told them as perhaps the next steps?
Let's see. So if they want to come up with an idea or the likes of which people are not having, a very simple framework that they can use is you need to think about the situation that you're engaging in. And first, you make 2 lists. The first list is write down all the common assumptions that people have about the situation, like the stereotypical thoughts that people have about the product or the service or whatever it is you're trying to do. Suppose you're trying to write a new kind of graphic novel or something. What are the assumptions that people have about that? And then in the other list, you write down all the ideas, the insights, the stories, everything you have that are different than the assumption. People think you're going to create this, but instead you're going to create that. How is everything you're doing different from what people expect? So that, to me, whatever you're going to do is incredibly valuable.
Our next speaker is one of the most exciting presenters I have seen in a long time. Not only that, he is an MC for a living. So he has stories upon stories upon stories. And I believe the message he's going to share with you right now is one of the most simplest messages on the planet. Dan, the virtual stage is yours.
CARE24.Global Conference, a big hello to you wherever in the world you're watching from. My name is Dan Ram, and it's a joy and honor to spend the next couple minutes with you. I really only have 4 words to tell you, but it's pertinent to the pandemic. We are in a period of crisis. I didn't have to tell you that. You knew that already. But I want to tell you about a specific crisis in my life. In fact, I'll tell you about 3 crises. 1, a real survival mode when I was in the pit of Africa. 2, coming out of a recession with all the hopes and dreams of a young person that thought they could take over the world. And 3, right now, during this pandemic. This is a story about adapting. This is a story about reinventing. This is a story about how to deal with transition, because that is the need of the hour. That is the call on your life, is to possibly let go of what was and engage with what is in order to position for what will be. All right, so let's begin. I should wipe the smile off my face because actually it's a pretty serious story. This is a story, I don't know why I'm giggling, because I almost died, and now you're going to hear about it. I was 16, a mere teenager, on a casual school trip with my friends, living in a country called Zimbabwe, when all of a sudden, with no advance warning or knowledge, I found myself staring a ferocious beast. A lockdown. Its eyes into my eyes. It sizing me up. Every vein, every muscle poised for an attack. Its teeth drooling. Its lips quivering in anticipation for its next meal. I was only 16, a mere teenager, when I found myself staring down the mighty, ferocious king of the jungle, a lion. A wild, untamable lion. One that I couldn't reason with, one I couldn't justify with, just pure survival. So what were my options? I looked around. There were trees, but I can't outclimb a lion. There was water, but you can't outswim a lion. There was land, but you can't outrun a lion. And even though I work out daily, you can't outfight a lion. Crisis. One where it felt like everything was lost and where I had no options. And yet, you gotta figure things out. You can't just lay down and give up. And so for some of you that feel like maybe you're at the end of the rope, maybe you're at the bottom of the pit, maybe life has dealt you the worst card possible during this pandemic. I want to give you a message of hope. 4 words. Start now, start simple. Start now, start simple. So I'm going to tell you about 2 more crises and how this simple philosophy has helped me adapt and reinvent when it seemed like all hope was lost. So the first one was about 10 years ago, actually. Let me rewind. You need to know this about me, because I know we've just met. I work really hard at what I do. I'm very proud of my efforts and my accomplishments, and I don't take anything for granted. Even in school, in addition to being a great student, I was the top of my class. I volunteered tremendously in school and out of school. I was the captain of the badminton team and the tennis team. I was the head of the National Honor Society. All of my efforts in school was recognized by 3 U.S. presidents. Bill Clinton and George Bush sent certificates over to commend me for my work. That led to going into a top university. I went to Yale University, got an economics degree. I then worked for the UN and worked for KPMG. And then I got an MBA from Trinity College. I'm saying all of this not to boast, but to tell you, I work hard, and I maybe rightfully felt that I deserved better. But the reality is 10 years ago, we were in a recession, right? Especially in the US and in Ireland, where I was living at that point, we were in a severe recession. So I had graduated at it was ill-timed, to say the least. And I tried my best. I applied for jobs, but all I kept hearing was no. I applied for jobs that I thought I deserved. All I heard was no. I applied for jobs that were a notch below what I thought I deserved. All I heard was no. I applied for jobs in other verticals and markets. All I heard was no. I applied for jobs that, honestly, I didn't even want, that I just thought I would get. Even those ones, all I heard was no. I was fed up with hearing no. Because it wasn't just a period of a week, or a month, or a quarter, or a year. It was 2 years of being unemployed. And don't forget, this is the guy who had worked hard. I think rightfully thought I deserved a job. I mean, it was my first kind of big foray into the world. And everyone in college was like, the world's your oyster. You can do whatever you want. I don't even know if that's a phrase, but whatever. So I honestly felt that I deserved better. But this is the fact of reality. I know there are people right now in the pandemic. I know there are people right now who are watching that go, I deserve better. I was about to get a promotion. I was about to marry the love of my life. I was about to reconnect with my family. I was about to do this. I was about to do that. I had plans. I had dreams. And life deals you a terrible card called COVID-19. Shuts down the whole world. I understand. So this is what I did. I resolved that whoever called me for whatever opportunity, I was not going to test it. I was not going to try it. I was not going to value it. I was not going to figure out if it's significant or not, if I deserved it or not, if it matched my ego. I was just going to say yes. I was going to give myself the first yes. So the next call that came in was someone from just my own network, a friend, a school teacher, and she said, Dan, I've been working with these girls for 24 hours. They have a business idea. Could you come in and pretend to be an investor to them? And even though I have a master's degree in business administration, even though, honestly, I didn't have time to be volunteering because I needed a job, I said yes. And I had no idea how that was going to change my life. Because even though I wasn't fully qualified, even though I'd never been an investor, because to be an investor, you need money. Guess what unemployed people don't have? Money. I still said yes. And I Googled Shark Tank, Dragon's Den, shows like that have real investors that assess ideas. I saw what do they wear, saw what questions do they ask. And I went in as the most prepared fake investor that I could be to a bunch of 12-year-old girls. I think I did a good job because that evening I got a phone call. An inquisitive father who said, Dan, I've never heard of you before. Don't know where you popped it from, but whatever you did today, my little girl thinks she can be an entrepreneur. So thank you. Could you do this for my staff? I asked him where he worked, and he said he was the head of a PR agency, a big one in Ireland. And he said, could you come in and motivate my staff? And in the back of my mind, I'm going, hold up a second. Do you know that you're asking an unemployed person, who in many ways has lost hope, to motivate people who have jobs, who should have hope? Does this make sense? The irony in it? But I had resolved I was going to say yes. I was not going to test or try or value it. I was just going to say yes. And so I did. I said yes, and I Googled how do you motivate people who already have jobs. And I went in and motivated the heck out of those employees, because about a week or two later, one of the sub-departments said, Dan, we have a sweet opportunity. A leading magazine, a newspaper actually, in Ireland has asked us to predict the future of Ireland. We're in a recession, and they want someone to write about the future of Ireland. What are the possibilities of Ireland? And you have such a positive, energetic side to you. We want to know if you would be willing to author this. I was thinking to myself, me? A foreigner? An outsider? Someone who didn't have a job for 2 years? You want me to predict the future of Ireland? But I said yes, and I researched. I worked hard at it. I worked really hard at it, and I penned down my best ideas for the future of Ireland. And nothing prepared me for the next phone call, because a real investor from the real Dragon's Den called me and said, Dan, never heard of you before, but I love your vision for this country. Would you be willing to come in and present your ideas, not just to the Parliament, to be part of an advisory committee? I can pick 7 people to advise the national government of Ireland on the entrepreneurship policy. Would you be willing? What? I was gobsmacked. What an incredible opportunity. What? I was totally unprepared for this. But the same guy that said yes to a bunch of 12-year-old girls, the same guy that was saying yes to the Prime Minister of Ireland. And I worked hard at it, month after month, researching, studying, surveying. I was one of 7 advisors to put together what eventually became the national policy of entrepreneurship, influencing millions of people and billions in GDP. But it all started with a simple word, yes. Yes is what breaks down the, I can't do that. Yes is what breaks down the, that's beneath me. Yes is what breaks down the, I don't even know what that's about. Yes is what unleashes you to find new sides to who you are. Yes is what breaks down the barriers, the obstacles to going from passive to active. Yes is what I think will change your life and your perspective right in the pandemic. Sure, the old job might be gone, but there's a new one around the corner. Sure, the old opportunities and possibilities may be gone, but there are new ones around the corner. Say yes to yourself. That is the power of starting now. Not maybe, not in the future, not when I have the resources, not when I know the right people, but right now, yes, right now, and I'll figure it all out along the way. So that's the first thing I want to say. Start now, and that happens by saying yes. The second thing is start simple. Look, you don't need to have all the resources in the world. In fact, let me tell you about the story of right now where I am. I'm against a wall in a studio called D7 Studio in South India, right? So I'm not in any major city in India. I'm actually in a very remote part of India. And when the pandemic hit, I decided to come back to my parents here. I thought it'd be only a few weeks, and just context, my day job is to be a professional MC and speaker. So I travel the world, hosting about 200 events in the last 2 years, about 100 events a year on 4 continents. I've had the great privilege to host people like President Barack Obama, F1 Formula 1 champ Nico Rosberg, billionaire founders like Sir Richard Branson, LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman, Hollywood royalty like Jessica Alba, and some amazing entrepreneurs and change makers around the world. And with the pandemic, traveling was over and physical events was over. In many ways, my career was over. So I came back to India and I thought, let me just wait it out. 2 weeks, we'll be back out on the road again. Didn't happen. And here in India, the pandemic was intense, like full shutdown. You cannot leave your house, no deliveries, so you better know how to cook. You can't even get food delivered to your house. So we had to start simple. I literally started with the camera on my laptop, a 2-year-old laptop, and a lamp that I broke to angle it towards my face to illuminate my face in a dark room, because we were doing it out of my bedroom. And I started with just live streaming a show that I called The Daily Show with Dan Ram. I'd bring on guests, friends, and we would just talk about how do you survive, how do you thrive during a pandemic. Those guests started growing because they started sharing with their friends, and before I knew it, literally within 30 days, I started having Grammy Award winners. I started having billionaire founders yet again, from my bedroom, off a webcam, on a 2-year-old laptop, just starting simple. Then I invested in a slightly better webcam. Then I invest in a slightly better light. Then I invest in better internet, because a few times the internet dropped. See, these are all the excuses that bar us, that prevent us from moving forward. But you just gotta start simple. And then I Googled, are there any studios in this area that I'm in called Coimbatore in India? And I found a studio here. And our first live event with a client all the way in America was on a wood panel room with this camera here. Literally a human holding the camera, following me around. Starting simple. Then we got a gimbal and a boom, so the transitions will be smoother. Then we got better microphones. And now we host events for Fortune 500 companies, some of the biggest tech events in the world, with green screen technology, with virtual reality, with augmented reality, with incredible software that's able to do this in real time. But it all started by starting simple. This is the key to making things happen, is you gotta start with what you have in your hands right now. So I realized that people who are watching, we're all in different places, geographically, psychologically, emotionally, mentally. I, with all due respect, say, I'm a nobody. I am your brother, I'm your uncle, I'm your neighbor. I know most of you probably never heard of me before, but if you took any encouragement from the story, it's that I am like you. And if I, whether it's facing a lion, whether it is graduating in the middle of a recession, or whether it's facing a pandemic right now, if I can reinvent, if I can adapt simply by saying yes to opportunities, simply by using what I have right now, the same is true for you today. So, to the wonderful CARE24.Global participants, audience members, thank you so much for giving your time. I'm going to leave you with these 4 words. Start now, start simple. And here's my commitment to you. We may not know each other, but I invite you to get in touch with me. I personally respond to every single person, so whether it is an email or social media, I'm very active on social media. I post daily, I create vlogs behind the scenes and all kind of access to different events and people that I'm working with. And also on Instagram, if you know Instagram stories and Facebook stories. I create tons of content almost every couple hours, just showcasing my life. I want to open my life and my resources to you to help you start now, start simple. So just follow me at I am Dan Ram. I am Dan Ram, or check out my website, iamdanram.com, or email me, team@iamdanram.com. I'll open all these to you and an invitation to say, get in touch. I'd love to be part of your life. Let's help each other start now, start simple, so we can change our lives. Pandemic or not, let's make this the best life possible. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to join you today because I wanted to share with you a beautiful possibility, and it's quite simple. It's the possibility that together we can make the world a better place. I believe this not because I am a naive optimist. I believe this because I am a determined optimist. I was born to build bridges, find common ground, solve tough problems. And I believe you were too. Let me explain. I'm coming to you live here right now from Berkeley, California, but my story starts in India. My dad was born during the partition. After the Indian independence movement, the country was harshly divided between people who wanted to keep the country together and those who wanted to break it up into different independent nations. And as the British were leaving, they just decided to draw a line, the partition. They created new nation states overnight, and they also created the largest forced migration in human history. 15 million people trapped on the wrong side of the border. 2 million people dead during this time. And my father was the youngest baby in a Hindu family trapped on the wrong side of the border. And like many families all around, on both sides, they went into hiding. And I was told about the story of my family in hiding and how one day armed men entered the house that they were hiding in. And as they were searching, guns at the ready, my dad began to cry. And my grandma started shaking him. And my grandfather, in that moment, He made the choice that no parent should have to make. He decided that he would sacrifice his son in order to save the family. But luckily, in just that moment, my dad stopped crying. My grandmother shook him and he stopped crying. And I'm here today because of that. But I'm also here today because of that Muslim family that took us in. They were held at gunpoint. They were asked if they were hiding anyone. And they swore on the Quran that nobody was in that house. They chose in that moment, when the entire country, everybody in the region was given a free pass to hate people who had different politics than they did or a different religion. And in fact, you could kill people for less. And they swore on their holy book. They chose their shared humanity over the politics of the day. And we lived. We survived. And I start with this story because often people will tell me that my mission for finding common ground or solving the tough problems is a weak or naive position. But I ask you, how are the actions of that Muslim family weak? I start with this story because I believe at my core that our shared humanity, what we share, is so much stronger than the things that have been created to divide us. And because of that pull of our shared humanity, I'm here. My dad grew up healthy in India. He immigrated to this country and he came with a dream to make it here. And he did. And I was born here in the late 70s, an embodiment of this, his American gene. And like most first generation children, I believe I was born to build bridges. Quite literally, I was that bridge between the old country and the new. And just growing up, that's what I did without even really knowing it. I was the brown girl trapped in the black and white South. I was the perfect daughter with perfect grades on one hand, and then a fierce activist locking myself to buildings in another. I was that punk rock feminist sneaking out to shows, and I was also captain of the debate team, all wrapped into one little package, multiple identities, but working harmoniously together. I'm a mix of all these things. We all are a mix of so many things. So just innately, naturally, always building bridges. And I'm not here to lie to you and sell you sunshines and roses. America is going through a dark period. We're not handling this pandemic well. More than 180,000 people have died. Our ugly legacy of white supremacy and systemic racism is still around. Police violence against Black and brown people is continuing, and now they're vigilantes and federal agents in the streets of some cities. America feels like it is on fire and flooded with ugliness. And that's before we get to the actual wildfires that are raging across California and right in my backyard, and the literal flooding and severe storm damage from Hurricane Laura. And on top of everything else, the climate crisis is pressing upon us. So here's the thing. You probably know all of this already. And if you check the news or you scan social media, none of this is new to you. So I'm not here to lie to you. But I am here to offer a different story of what's going on also. It's a story you might not have heard, but it's the same story of my family and other families. It's a story about the people who are rising to the challenge. They're finding that shared humanity, and they're moving the country forward to a dream where there's freedom and dignity for all. There are numbers of people out there who not only believe this story, but they are doing something about it. Where you have common pain, you should have common purpose. And where there is common purpose, there can be common projects. That's the type of common ground I believe in. This is the kind of common ground I was born to build. And in fact, here, there are people rolling up their sleeves and they're getting to work on common projects. And I want to tell you about some of the beautiful stories that I see every day. Number one, the essential workers. These are the people whose jobs were considered too important to stop working during the pandemic. It includes everyone from healthcare workers to delivery drivers. And we all realized that they were getting paid like they were expendable, but in fact, they're essential. And so right now, we're starting to recognize that humanity. We're starting to change. Number 2, Black Lives Matter activists, especially the Black women that took to the streets and declared, "I can't breathe." People directly impacted by our broken criminal justice system, they spoke out. They built a coalition across difference, and their voice led to large-scale criminal justice reform, legislation that's brought thousands of people home from behind bars, home to their families. And today, we're in the midst of a national conversation, not just about body cams and chokeholds, but about the scope and the purpose of policing and incarceration. This is the dream. Number 3, I want to highlight the LGBTQ Americans. The progress my country has made on LGBTQ rights in the past half century is nothing short of remarkable. Even this year, in the midst of all sorts of bad things happening, the Supreme Court ruled that people cannot be discriminated against in the workplace due to their sexual orientation or gender identity. That's the dream. Number 4, the children of undocumented immigrants. I'm sure you've heard about this rising anti-immigrant sentiment in America, and yes, throughout many parts of Europe as well. It's scary. As a daughter of immigrants, it is scary. But at the very same time, there are thousands of young people who were brought to America as children without proper documentation. Some people want to deport them, even though they've never known another home. But not only are they fighting to stay here, they're reminding us of what this country is really supposed to be: a place of opportunity, a place of big dreams, a place where me, the daughter of immigrants, is able to deliver this address to you today. Number 5, young people. Did you know that the young people today are the most diverse generation in American history? They are fueling this wave of protests, and they're also confronting the climate crisis. Sometimes it feels like we're all doomed if you know, America and countries like ours doesn't get its act together on climate change. And it seems sometimes like all of this is going the wrong way. That's not true of the young folks. Young Americans on both sides, both political parties in this country, they are teaming up to find solutions. They're making progress while the rest of the country is yelling at each other. This is true. It doesn't get reported in the news, but it's there. It's waiting to be elevated and celebrated and copied by all of us. That's the dream. And the people finding common ground right now are saying, we don't have to agree on everything. We don't. But where we do agree, where we have common purpose, let's fix that. My steps are quite simple. You find that common pain. Where are we hurting? We allow that common pain then to create common purpose. And then we turn that common purpose into common projects. And from small projects come big projects. From big projects come large solutions. From here, we can confront a pandemic, climate change, racial injustice. So yeah, America is in a dark period, but that is not the whole story. We still have the same ability my father came here with, that ability to dream our way out of the darkest of moments, to find our shared humanity and refuse to be divided. There are people working to write a new chapter, and it's not just in America. Wherever things feel dark and hopeless, there are always people working on a fresh start, a new possibility, a new dream. You just have to look around or look in the mirror. So now's not the time for hopelessness. This is my global call to action. Feel the common pain. Use it to find that common purpose. Now's the time to dream bigger and do the hard work that makes dreams possible. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me today.
Hey, So right now, the number one struggle that the authors, speakers, and thought leaders I'm coaching are having is how to move forward in the face of fear and uncertainty in order to achieve your goals. The solution is easy. Flex your creative problem-solving muscles. Good news is that creativity and creative thinking is a skill, just like any other. The more you tap into it, the easier it is to access. So here's your quick tip to get started. 1, write down a practical problem you want to solve. Finding your dream job, getting your book published, writing an awesome speech. 2, decide that there isn't one way or one solution, but many. 3, set a timer for 5 minutes and write down all the obvious solutions. 4, now take the obvious solutions and for each one, ask yourself, what if the opposite were true? That's it. This is a great way to generate a ton of less obvious solutions for moving forward in your work and life. But be forewarned, you might surprise yourself.
Our next speakers are from a company named Blue Prism. They are part of an initiative called Women in RPA, which stands for Robotic Process Automation. Carrie Williams and the panel today will share their experiences and stories about being a woman in technology and building your careers in a unique and inspiring way. Carrie is one of the most impressive young women I have ever met in business. Together with her panel of guests, they will take you through an inspiring journey so you can learn from their combined experiences. Carrie, the virtual stage is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for everybody joining us as part of the CARE24.Global event today. My name's Carrie Williams, and I'm very excited to be part of today's session. I'm very lucky to be joined by 3 lovely panelists today as part of Blue Prism's Women in RPA programme. We are all employees of Blue Prism and we are all women in RPA. We're very privileged to be here to talk to you guys today about inspiring and meeting the future with optimism. I'm joined by Sophie Rawlins, Carlotta Ortiz and Rakaya Johnson, and we're going to have a really nice discussion today about lots of different things. And before we dive into the panel, I'd like to hand over to the panelists to introduce themselves. Carlotta, over to you.
Thank you, Carrie. I'm Carlotta. I'm a graduate at Blue Prism, and I'm originally from Spain. I studied software engineering at university, so for me, tech personally has always been an extremely interesting field. What really is interesting for me about this is that it's ever changing. It's constantly changing. You constantly have to look for innovation, and you constantly have to step out of your comfort zone. At Blue Prism, I've had the opportunity to be part of a lot of different initiatives. I've been part of the Center of Excellence, marketing, and sales, and now I'm currently in the partner side of the organization. And even though my career has been brief, it's definitely had a lot of different experiences and opportunities. Another thing that I've been really involved with is a Smart Futures program, which I've been working with Blue Prism for Good. And this has allowed us to offer 10 students from disadvantaged backgrounds, work experience, and the ability to get a better understanding of what the professional life is and the different areas of a tech company. And this is really what truly inspires me to be here talking today. I feel like this is a really inspiring event, and I'm really looking forward to discuss how we can meet the future of optimism in discussion. Thank you. I'll pass on to...
Thank you, Carlotta.
Cool. I guess I can go. So hi, everyone. I'm Rakaya Johnson. So I kind of stumbled into tech and into Blue Prism, but really happy that I ended up here. So I studied chemical engineering and kind of went down the regular, well, sort of regular engineering route. and then stumbled into process excellence. So there's just been a lot of stumbling in my career. But then ended up coming to Blue Prism through the process analyst. So I have a lot of experience in process excellence and operational excellence. But having never worked in the tech industry, I was a bit nervous about being both a process analyst and a developer. So I work for the team which kind of uses our product to help make our processes more efficient. So help automate as many processes as we have. And Carlotta, hopefully you enjoyed your time with the team. But yeah, I'm excited to be part of this panel today because I think, first of all, Blue Prism and what we're doing, looking at women in RPA and Blue Prism for Good and the various initiatives that we're doing to kind of help be more positive in what we're bringing to the future. But also, automation is the future. So part of that is being optimistic about the future and how we can use Blue Prism and the platforms we have and the software we have to help change the way the future looks. And that's me, Sophie.
Great, thank you, Ruqaiya. So my name's Sophie Rawlins. I'm an account director at Blue Prism, working as part of the sales team, and I'm also the co-founder of our Women in RPA program. Bringing forward the theme of stumbling, my entry into the technology world was definitely a stumble too. I previously studied philosophy at the University of Nottingham, and my background before that has definitely been in more of the humanitarian side of the world, looking at a lot of different themes than technology. And if you had told me when I was studying at university that I would somehow land into this space, I don't think I would have believed you. I definitely was guilty of the fact that I felt that tech was an industry that would not be inaccessible to me because I'm a woman, but because I don't possess the skills that I thought you had to have to work in this industry. I definitely thought that the industry was only sort of open to developers or coders and people who have that computer science background, and that I might not find a fit based on my experience and what my interests had been to date. But I can safely say that although it's not an industry I anticipated myself being part of, that I have loved every minute of my 2.5-year journey. And one of the main reasons that I love working with women RPA, and I hope that the program does inspire others, is to help people understand that there is a place for everyone within the technology industry. Yes, whether you are deeply technical or more like me, if you don't hold those technical skills or the skills that are seen to be softer. So that's why I'm really excited to be part of this panel today. If we can encourage just one person to leap into a technical industry that they may not have considered before, then I think that we've done our job.
Awesome. Thank you so much, ladies, and great for everybody to meet you as well. I have the pleasure of working with you all the time, so good stuff. Awesome. And you guys heard about women in RPA in some of those introductions, and I wanted to just elaborate on that before we sort of deep dive into the discussion. Women in RPA, and Sophie, please chip in as the co-founder. But women in RPA is something that Blue Prism is really proud of. It's something that 3 individuals in the organisation decided they wanted to embark on as a journey 18 months ago, nearly 2 years ago, with only 17% of tech being made up of women. We could definitely see that within Blue Prism. With the phenomenal growth that we've had, and fortunate enough to have experienced that as employees of Blue Prism, we definitely saw that there was an opportunity to help educate both employees and the wider industry that tech and RPA and intelligent automation isn't this scary tech where you know that Sophie touched upon in her introduction. So we wanted to raise the awareness of the importance of diversity and inclusion in our organisation, and focusing mainly on the gender aspect and being female in organisations. So we're very excited to be discussing aspects of women in RPA today, but also we're going to be touching on intelligent automation, the future of work, and our panelists' predictions for the future. So without further ado, I will kick off with our discussion today. And today's theme is all around meeting the future with optimism, as you heard our panelists just mention. So, ladies, how do you feel like you take proactive steps, both personally and professionally, in adapting to what the future might bring?
I'm happy to kickstart, if that's okay, and potentially a bit of a left field response, but I think in order to meet the future with optimism, you have to choose to do so. I think being optimistic is a choice. It's a proactive choice, and it's not always easy to see the good in things. And, you know, I remember even at school, people always saying, you're either an optimist or you're a pessimist. And it might not be that black and white, but I think it's all about proactively deciding how are you going to react to a certain situation, how are you going to adapt and enable yourself to be a solution solver, or not a problem solver, and look at the solution rather than focusing on the problem. And I think that's what an optimist is, rather than, you know, considering looking at your hand and thinking, oh, I've drawn some bad cards here. Think about your next move and how you can proactively change the situation that you're in, and transform it from being something that may not be good or the desired state, but change that and go about things in order to make that better for yourself. I think that will translate positively in both your professional and your personal life. Specifically in my personal life, in terms of sort of meeting everything in optimism, and there's actually an exercise that I learned through one of the programs that we run in collaboration with Women in RPA. We have a program called A Conversation With, where we invite a guest speaker to come in and talk to us and share their experience of being a woman or a man in the professional world. And we had a lady called Mandy Plum come to speak with us, and she used to be hold an executive position within Warner Brothers, a music organization. And she now has sort of changed her career path into almost life coaching. And she spoke to us about the circle of control. And it's all about understanding, you know, what within your life can you control? What can you have influence over? And what can't you control altogether? And just by, you know, thinking of that, when you meet a particular problem, think about how much you can actually control, how much you can influence, and where to sort of exert your energy. If I can have no control or influence over this, then I shouldn't, you know, waste my time being worried or stressed about it, because there's nothing I can do to change the circumstance. And then as you move towards the circle into, you know, what you can influence and what you can control, that's where you spend your time and energy. Thinking about, you know, ways to either improve your situation, and, you know, ultimately take what you might have seen as being sort of a pessimistic opportunity into meeting it with a bit more optimism. So rambled on a bit there, but hopefully it made some sense and resonated with you ladies. But I think, you know, those are some sort of tips and tricks that I try and think of.
Yeah, Sophie, I couldn't agree more. I was just about to mention, and as well you mentioned before, that kind of you stumbled upon Blue Prism stuff, and I think that's absolutely right. I think meeting the future with optimism and being proactive, it's all about thinking outside of the box and being out of your comfort zone. I think adapting to the future and meeting it, it's really about seeing everything as a learning opportunity. I don't really like the word failure, I think I see it kind of as a learning experience. I think I might not have necessarily finished the race first, or I might not have necessarily achieved the objective, but I've still gained so much just about that experience and just being involved. And I think that's one of the things when you, as you said, you change your mindset, you stop focusing on what you can't control and instead start focusing on what you can, really moving forward. I think that for me is a moment where suddenly everything just clicks and you start going, instead of survival, you start being in a mode of, oh, what am I going to do to make it better? And I think suddenly that really helps. It's about understanding yourself, understanding the situation, and specifically now in such and certain times. I think it's really about focusing on the positive, focusing on the people around you, and understanding that you are your own unique self and that you just have to power through, take risks, and ensure that even if your goals are there, not necessarily have them fixed, have an open mind and just welcome everything that life throws at you.
Yeah, like I can agree with what both of you were saying more. Like I think the difference with me, Carlotta, is I'm quite comfortable with the word failure. Like I band it around quite often, but similar to you, if I failed, that's okay. Like everyone is going to fail, and I am perfectly happy failing because that means I've learned a lesson. Like don't get me wrong, they're not all fun lessons, but it's great. You get to move forward and you get to learn from them. But I think similar to what both of you were saying, that, you know, definitely knowing yourself, trusting yourself, but also having a great network, like people call it a squad, a community. But I definitely think that having those people when you are being a bit pessimistic or you are being a bit down, that are like, hey, you got this, keep pushing. I think for me, once again, being comfortable with failure has really, really helped me. And being comfortable being uncomfortable. I think everything someone once said, and like speaking to my mentor, she was like, well, focus on why you're not doing something. Is it because you're scared? And kind of focus on figuring that out rather than why someone didn't give you something or all these other things, which ties in very nicely to what you were saying, Sophie, about control. But also like, every problem is a lesson and every person you meet is a lesson. So like there's all these lessons and not all of them are going to be fun, but there's something to learn and something for you to gain. And I think for me, trying to look at each interaction I have, every piece of work that I do, both personally and professionally, as something that I can learn from has definitely helped me as I continue to grow.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, guys. And just like you all said, I can totally relate to them all. I think my biggest learnings so far, both personally and professionally, have been, you know, maybe the things that haven't worked out the best for me. And my biggest achievements aren't the ones that, you know, I've learned my, you know, lessons from. So yeah, good stuff. Okay. So Blue Prism's intelligent automation technology is helping organizations globally adapt to the future of work and the new normal that we currently live in with the global pandemic that's going on. You know, as Rakaya touched on in her introduction, automation is definitely the future, and we're very lucky to be a part of that forefront of the change in technology and what we're observing. But what other technologies do you guys foresee having an impact on the future of work in the you know, recent years coming?
I can go first. I think me personally, just because of what I've been involved with and what I've seen, I think data analytics with applied AI, I think data and harnessing right now, it's very important, specifically now in this uncertain times. I think it's going to help us understand society better and as a result, understand work and the future of work. So where is it that we need to get in terms of like society, and what is our goals as a global entity? I think data with applied artificial intelligence is going to really truly help us figure that out and figure out the gaps in our economy and our societies and how we can bring all this forward together.
Yeah, like I definitely think AI and machine learning are apart from intelligent automation and more like supporting intelligent automation to kind of take it to that next step are probably two of the bigger industries. I think there's a lot more focus on that. We've seen how in this new way of working that people have relied more on algorithms where previously they may not have. So I definitely think intelligent automation is probably like the base, and then you're going to have AI and machine learning all adding to the future, because I think you just need technology. We're not necessarily, who knows, able to move around in the same way. So fundamentally, the way we approach work will need to change, and a lot of that will be linked into technology. And also, I think there's a lot more focus about bias in technology and what that looks like. And that's part of, embracing the new ways of working and what does it mean for our technology and is it reflective of the full society? So I think there's very interesting couple of years ahead for the tech sector. Well, probably decades ahead or centuries.
I completely agree with you, Rakai, and I like what you touched on around sort of intelligent automation being the foundation, because I think, it's going to be a toolkit that is going to help us adapt to the new ways of working and what sort of the future of work may look like. And I think we'll probably also see the introduction of new innovative technologies coming forward, because we're currently dealing with and experiencing challenges that we've never seen before, and we've never had to deal with certain issues firsthand. And perhaps there will be a new technology that is developed within the near future that will help us overcome and adapt, and help us to think about these new ways of working that haven't yet been considered. Because like both Carlotta and Rakaya had said, this is a brand new situation to us with the global pandemic. And I think the honest answer is we don't know what the future currently looks like. And so it's quite difficult in then a sense to pinpoint, what the future of work looks like and what technology we then have to apply over the top of that in order to sort of help us adapt and feel more comfortable as if we're working within our old ways, when actually it is a complete new way of working. Particularly when we look at sort of RPA and intelligent automation, it is the foundation, and you need complementary technologies like machine learning, natural language processing and optical character recognition in order to sort of maximize that investment and maximize the value that we get from that. So I think we'll see more collaborative technologies working together, but also hopefully some new exciting things coming in.
Yeah, totally. And I know the theme today is optimism, but I want to ask you guys a question, maybe around the pessimism that is surrounding automation in our industry at the moment. And, with everything that's going on in the world, people are unfortunately, losing jobs and the economy is taking a hit. There is a perception perhaps that automation is a part of that, is a reason for it. And I would really be interested to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
So I think I'll go first, if that's okay. I think that's a great question. So something that I definitely want to talk currently, like there was something like, I don't know, it was a ridiculous percentage of jobs like that are going to be in the future have not yet been created. So what I like to think of it is like, if we think about the automation that we've seen when we look at cars, a lot of the jobs have shifted. So rather than looking at it as, okay, automation is going to come in and take jobs away, bless you, it's gonna change the way you do work. And automation, there are still things it cannot do. So I think a lot of people talk about having it unleash your potential. And even though we work for an automation company, there's still that same automation anxiety. And a lot of it is just about education and really looking at it as this is going to be your colleague. It's not here to take your place. It's your colleague. It's here to support you. And quite frankly, do a lot of the stuff that you don't enjoy doing anyway, so you can focus on a much more rewarding career. I think a lot of it is education, because a lot of students still aren't aware of what does automation mean. And I guess if we're not in schools, then, by the time it comes up, then people are like, ooh, hold up. But I definitely think, for me, automation is only a positive, and it is here to help you. It is here to support you, and digital workers are here to make your life easier.
Do you want to go, Sophie?
Sorry, I was just going to pick up on a nuance you said, Rakaya, around sort of the evolution, and when we look at the manufacturing of cars, and how that's evolved, and rather than having people being part of that process, we now have machines, and that's automation. Automation isn't anything new. It has been around for a really long time. It's just like everything else, it's evolving and adapting. And I think it's really important to consider intelligent automation, RPA, as a disruptive technology, just like many other disruptive sort of technologies or tech organizations that exist, much loved brands like Netflix. Okay, so Netflix didn't kill Blockbuster. Blockbuster went out of business because they had limited movies and late fees that people didn't like paying. And you can sort of there's sort of reflection between the Airbnb industry versus hotels, or Uber and the black cab industry. It's about the fact that we've identified a hole in the current ways of working and found a solution to overcome that. I work with, many clients across our EMEA region, and sort of see firsthand the transition of when we're helping them onboard the technology, the initial anxiety and the initial distrust of, are there going to be robots going rogue within my business? No, luckily, that's not going to happen. But also that change, as Rakaya mentioned, about accepting that this is now a digital colleague. And that really sort of rang true to me when I was working with an organisation within the UK, and one of the business process owners within the finance department, and we were talking about sort of the monthly reconciliation processes that obviously really critical to their business. And we were talking about the reduction of error rate, the reduction of risk. And he said to me, I cannot tell you how much easier this is going to make my life. This is going to take so much stress away. This is going to increase my employee satisfaction levels. And that's the sort of thing that we're looking to do. Again, like Rakaya said, it's all about unleashing human potential. We're taking the robot out of the human. It's what we talk a lot about at Blue Prism. We're removing that mundane work, the work that we're not good at doing, the work that we shouldn't be doing. In terms of, data entry, we make a lot of mistakes, and actually harnessing the skills that we have as individuals and applying critical thinking and decision making, using our emotions, and dealing and working with customers. Robots and digital workers are never going to be able to replace, I hope, that aspect of our careers, and the skills that we possess as human beings. So why not hand over the stuff that frankly we don't like off to our digital colleagues?
I couldn't agree more with what you both said. I understand. I think with change comes uncertainty, and uncertainty is something that makes people feel uncomfortable. And it's obviously understandable that people feel stressed, but I think of automation, as we've seen with cars, as an opportunity to do more things that we like, more things that we enjoy. As you both mentioned, it's about taking the mundane things, about taking out those repetitive tasks and really filling them up with value-added tasks that are really going to propel your work forward, are going to make you be creative and innovative. And I think that's truly like the most important thing of automation. It's that it's not taking jobs out, it's making your job much much more creative, much more innovative. It's allowing you to actually spend time doing things that you actually want to do. And I think that's truly important. It's also important to see that with automation in this new industry, new jobs are being created. And I think this offers a wide variety of options and just really opens people to be creative with the time and really propel their careers forwards. I think it's really exciting just being able to have this opportunity at hands and being able to be part of this movement that's just allowing workers and employees to do work that actually matters, work that they actually enjoy.
Yeah, just like following on to what, because like Sophie, when you were talking about your story about with your colleague, reminded me of some work that Blue Prism and Blue Prism for Good, which is like our CSR program, or one of our CSR programs, has done with MenCap, which for those of you who don't know is a UK charity that helps people with learning disabilities. So initially, Blue Prism was helping support, or the Center of Excellence team was helping to deliver automations to MenCap. However, we didn't only want to deliver the automation, we wanted to kind of set them up so that they were self-sustainable and scalable. And they had their own automation team. They knew we were going to train them so that they had developers and really upskill the whole team so that they're aware of what automation is. So the plan was we'll help them deliver 3 automations. The first one we will lead with their support. The second one would be a 50-50. And the third one, they would lead with our support. Midway through all of this, COVID hit. So Blue Prism then had a brilliant COVID-19 response program where we were able to help a lot of different charities and like health systems or companies that were really struggling to adapt with this. And one of the things we then did was be able to deliver a process through this COVID-19 program, which was about payroll. And at a high level, the payroll was a very manual process. And you had to like save it in 2 separate places and then print something. It was a whole thing. And by helping them automate that process, we were able to save 50 hours each month for that payroll team. But also, like one of the things that the HR leader has said, that as he continues working and as they've introduced automation, that they get a focus, because turnover is so high in the charity sector, focus on kind of creating truly rewarding career paths for all these amazing people that are doing work. And I think especially in the charity sector, where we're just not seeing the same level of RPA engagement, of intelligent automation engagement, is a lot to do because, they don't necessarily have the extra money, but Blue Prism does have a discounted license. But also, like, they don't have the infrastructure and all of that. So I think talking about optimism, I think MenCap is a massive success story. The COVID-19 response program that Blue Prism did is a massive success story. And there are all these amazing things of how automation has really helped companies that may not have considered it, or charities that may not have considered it before.
Thank you. That's so interesting to hear. And I know, tech for good is quite a hot topic at the moment. And, you just touched upon how Blue Prism are doing that with MenCap and the work that they're doing with Blue Prism for Good. And, I think in this current world that we live in, but even before, I think, the focus on using technology for the greater good has been, a focus for a number of years now. So those examples are really great, Rakaya. And Carlotta, I know, you touched upon education a little bit earlier on, as I think most of you have, and raising the awareness of perhaps the anxiety around automation. But has anybody else got any examples of, perhaps other tech for good examples, or, other examples that they've seen in recent weeks, months, years around using, education as a pillar of that importance?
I think something that I definitely find particularly inspiring when we talk about using technology for good, and there's a lot around sort of the ethical use of AI, and that sort of is deserving of its own conversation. But if we look at, the current world we're living in, and, particularly within, I guess, talking to the UK and the national health system that we have, and the burden that the NHS has been under, pre-COVID and, during and post-COVID. And it's just the fact that, enabling NHS organisations and trusts and hospitals to adapt and embrace intelligent automation is genuinely freeing up clinician and practitioner time to deliver better patient care. My housemate, the girl I live with, is actually a nurse, and the amount of manual and repetitive tasks they actually have to do, going from patient to patient, just eats into an enormous amount of work in their day. And if there is a way that we can digitize that and actually give them that 5 minutes extra back to go and speak to a patient who has anxiety around an upcoming procedure, or to comfort a family who are there to visit their sick relative, it's all about giving back to society and giving back to those people who are doing such important jobs. That if we can enable them to do that and to give time, and in the words of Darren Atkins, who is the Chief Technology Officer for AI for one of the NHS trusts, is about making time matter. And I think when we look at health organisations such as the NHS, that is just so important, and I think is indicative of how we can use not just RPA intelligent automation, but sort of wider technology for good.
Yes, Sophie, I think that's very interesting. Another interesting thing that just came up of using technology for good was during the Smart Futures program, we kind of gave students the opportunity to see what could be possible, what the art of the possible would be with Blue Prism. And obviously, one of the biggest challenges that we're currently facing is that from COVID is climate change. And it was good to see one of these students from this program was using an innovative way of using Blue Prism to kind of create clean energy, and kind of using Blue Prism to address the storage and transmission of clean energy, which is one of the biggest challenges that area and that industry faces. And it was utilizing Blue Prism automation and another array of technologies to really come together and create a smarter energy grid. And I thought, this is great, because it's not technology. I feel it's all about collaboration. It's like one sole technology is not going to fix the world, but if we can all come together, as we have with Blue Prism and other technologies and partners, I think that's really when technology can do good, is when you mix technologies together, you collaborate, and you kind of create this. And I think it's good to see that you can put your mind something and then you can put it to good use, and especially in the terms of creating clean energy and really helping the planet. I think this is really important.
Awesome, good stuff, guys. Okay, I think we should end on maybe the theme of inspiring, and I'd like to ask each and every one of you, if you had one piece of inspiring advice for somebody perhaps looking for inspiration for maybe their next move, or starting their career, entering a new industry, taking a whole different change in direction, what one piece of advice would you give people today? What are you feeling inspired about?
I think for those that have been listening to me, I think one piece of advice, that's inspiring, is that take risk. Don't be afraid. I think that's what really set us back in our life. Most of the time I see something and I know that I've missed an opportunity because I was afraid. And I think that the most rewarding things that I've achieved in my life, my best experiences, and where I'm truly happy is where I've really taken that risk and been out of the comfort zone. So if there's one thing, if you want to inspire others, don't be afraid, take chances, and everything will fall into place. But make sure that you don't stop living and just do what feels best.
Awesome advice.
Cool. I'll go. So I would say try it. It's kind of similar to what Carlotta said. Trust yourself. You got this, and try it. Worst come to worst, you'll fail. And that is okay. It is a positive thing to fail.
And we like the word fail. Or maybe we don't. We're torn.
I think, very similar to Carlotta and Rakaya, but for me, I think is be your true, authentic self. Someone once told me is you are your strongest asset. Don't dilute yourself down or water who you are down for anyone. Because yes, many an opportunity will come your way, but you will secure that opportunity because of who you are as a person, and fundamentally that is your biggest asset. So stay true to yourself, trust yourself, and have confidence in yourself. Because like the ladies have said before me, it's all about taking risks and trusting that you can do it.
Amazing advice, ladies. Thank you so much. And am I supposed to give some advice too? Okay. All very good pieces of advice too. I guess my one piece of advice would be have a couple of people around you that you would consider mentors, and build relationships, network as much as possible, talk to people. We've talked today about feeling uncomfortable, and initially when I was starting out in the corporate world, I thought I'm never going to be able to hold a conversation with strangers that I don't have anything in common with, but you have to learn to do that. And actually, I think the way that I have progressed in my personal sort of development has been just learning from others, listening, and sort of admiring and sort of learning from others. And I think surrounding yourself with a diverse group of people as well is super important, because they will have all been through different experiences, and there's always things to learn. So education is key, guys. But yeah, good stuff. Well, thank you all so much for being a part of the panel, and for CARE24.Global for having us today. We've thoroughly enjoyed it, and we hope to see you again next year. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Our next presenter is Professor Khalil Ramadi from MIT. He is a global network professor of bioengineering at New York University and the director of the Laboratory for Advanced Neuroengineering and Translational Medicine at NYU Abu Dhabi. His research focuses on developing non-invasive technologies for the neuromodulation for more effective therapies for various disorders. Khalil is also former co-director and current regional director of MIT Hacking Medicine, an initiative dedicated to enhancing healthcare entrepreneurship across the world. Khalil, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to start off today with sharing a story. I've had the privilege of spending most of the last decade at MIT, one of the best universities in the world, full of really bright people tackling really hard problems. And yet, I found that this experience has only taught me one part of the equation. I have learned just as much, if not more, from people outside of the world of cutting-edge technology. The building where I work has a cafeteria in the lobby. This is the hub of activity, and every morning I go there to get a fresh cup of coffee. One day, a few years ago, I noticed that the cashiers at checkout had changed one specific task, seemingly overnight. New credit card machines had been installed that forced them to use chip on credit cards instead of the magnetic stripes. The problem was, however, that chip readings took 4 times as long as the magnetic stripes. This was a busy cafeteria, and there were lines for most of the day. So, to avoid delays, the cashiers had started inserting the chip card, quickly removing it, leading to a read error, after which they could again swipe the card the way they had been used to. They had hacked their own way around the way something was meant to be because it was more efficient. Today, I'd like to talk to you about innovation, healthcare, and you. Innovation has been thrown out as a lofty ideal. Companies, people, universities, everyone is striving to be innovative. To be an innovator is akin to being a genius. But it's a lot simpler than that. Innovation is simply the act of taking something complex and making it simple. Most of us are innovators every day of our life. We know to fix a wobbly table with a piece of cardboard under the legs. We don't throw out the table or resurface the floor. To prop a door open, we use a doorstop. We don't replace it, the entire door. We are all subconscious innovators. An initiative that I'm a part of, MIT Hacking Medicine, seeks to tap into just that. We aim to bring together non-experts and experts alike to generate new ideas and solutions to problems in healthcare. Healthcare is a field that has been historically dominated by experts, but non-experts offer a valuable fresh perspective that can have a profound impact. The cashiers at the cafe clearly had never talked to the expert engineers that designed credit card machines. As you may have noticed recently, healthcare is also an industry in need of fresh perspectives, or a new way of doing things. Some elements of healthcare have remained unchanged for centuries. If I get sick, I get admitted into a hospital ward that looks a lot like those from the 1500s. Do these photos look familiar to you? They should. The one on the right is a present-day image. Our motto at Hacking Medicine is simple. We take a problem, we break it down, build it up again, and make it better. We've taught this model at over 150 events around the world, in all sorts of contexts from rural health to advanced digital medicine and artificial intelligence. This model works. These events have spawned over 50 companies and startups that have gone on to raise funding, partner with hospitals, clinics, and tech companies, and most importantly, have a tangible impact on patients' lives. This brings me to my last and most important point. You. What should each of you, as subconscious innovators, do? What can we all do? We need to practice innovation that is empathetic, resistance-proof, and collaborative. The way we think about innovations is fundamentally oversimplified. We have this image of a linear trajectory between a problem which is tackled, leading to a solution which then resolves the original issue. And yet, how often have we seen in history solutions that lead to more problems? In the 19th century, the wagon was supposed to make transportation easier. Instead, it freaked out horses on the road, leading to other inventions like horsey horseless that were specifically made to avoid startling the other horses. So I would like to propose a different terminology here. We do not face problems, we face situations. Situations are not solved, they are navigated. The cashier did not solve her problem. She did not get a new card machine. She navigated it by developing a different way to minimize time. We need to stop solving problems and start navigating solutions. To do this, we need to get our hands dirty, delving into the details and the context of a problem. Who experiences it? Why is it the way that it is? Who might benefit from changing it or not changing it? We need to empathize and develop an intimate connection with the issues before hoping to address them. A few years ago, one hospital tried to encourage more frequent hand hygiene by placing hand sanitizer dispensers at entrances. They found a modest 15% increase in hand washing. Good, but not quite good enough. They then tried adding one of two extra things: a lemon scent in the air, or a stern pair of eyes printed on paper and put on the wall next to the sanitizer. Hand washing increased by almost 50% immediately. This is an example of empathetic innovation, delving into a situation, putting yourselves in others' shoes, and dissecting individual components with a desired result in mind. Often, what holds us back is hesitation that others should know better. But I can guarantee you that any idea you have is worth exploring. And if you have it, then others have had it as well. The only difference being that perhaps they never pursued it. So don't worry about resistance. I can also guarantee you that there will be resistance, and that's okay. History is full of examples of innovations that have changed our lives for the better in spite of criticism. The first doctor to propose hand washing was considered insane in the 18th century. When the thermometer was invented to take people's temperatures, physicians were appalled, concerned that they were being replaced. Which brings me to my last point for you. Work together. We are all subconscious innovators and navigators. Our subconscious does this every single day. What is needed is for us to harness this as a team of collaborators. This means both realizing when we do things, as well as observing others when they do those. Imagine what we could do if we could combine all of our subconscious innovations together. If I leave you with anything today, it is with this image of two tango dancers. Notice the synchrony. They are in step, they understand each other, and only then are they able to perform such a beautiful dance. Dancing requires developing a deep connection with a partner to understand and anticipate their move. This is what you should do with your situations. Understand, empathize, anticipate. To face your problems, you essentially need to dance with them. We are all innovators, we are all navigators. So the next time you face a situation, remember, build it up, break it down, make it better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pia Vedalin. She is an avid marine biologist and a science educator. I asked Pia to speak to you today because she is one of the most amazing people I know, who literally lives the life she will share with you right now. Are you ready to go underwater? Pia, the virtual stage is yours.
Hi guys, my name is Pia. I'm a marine biologist and science educator, and I work with conservation through curiosity and excitement. Now that might seem like a little weird thing to say, but I'm going to try to explain it to you. So I've been engaged in conservation work for as long as I can remember, but I can never really find my place in this jungle of organizations and opinions and everything. So I kind of gave up about 5 years ago, teamed up with a psychologist, and we founded this thing called Passion for Ocean. Now, Passion for Ocean is exactly what it sounds like. We build this whole movement around the fact that you protect what you love. But that long-term motivation to want to take care of something has to come from within the heart and up in the head. So you have to know what you're supposed to take care of, and you also have to have some sort of emotional relationship to it. Now, yes, you protect what you love, but it's difficult to love something that you don't really know exists. So my take on this, my kind of specialty now, is to basically answer questions you didn't really know you had. This comes from the fact that, especially here in Norway, we have a lot of ocean, but there's no marine biology in schools today. So this thing right here is a super common species. It's called the sea spider, and doesn't really look like much, but I mean, the fact that it's so skinny that it has to squeeze its intestines out into its legs, it's kind of cool, if you ask me. Or how about the fact that we have bioluminescent sharks in Norway? I mean, if that is not the coolest thing you have heard in your entire life, then I really don't know what's wrong with you, because, I mean, look at this thing. It is so awesome. It actually glows in the dark. I've seen them. They're about this big, and they're bright green in the darkness. But we also need that emotional relationship to it. And we do believe that those comes from positive experiences. And now this is me doing what I love to do the most, namely sit still and just look at things and go super slowly. Being in the kelp forest for me is one of the most meditating, calming things. So now there's a lot of letter combinations going around up in here that don't really fit into society on land, but down in the kelp forest, I can just be me. There's no emails, no phone calls, nobody bothering me. You can just go down, be quiet, and, you know, hang out with nature. Like in this instance, this seal that came to say hi to my friend Axel. And if you're really lucky, these are the types of experiences that you can have for free, basically. And those experiences leave a mark, and having all these positive reinforcements will, allow you to get to know the nature and the ocean that we want to take care of, and also love it even more. Now, one of the things that I try to teach when I'm out, throwing people into the ocean, is to open your eyes when you are underneath the surface, because there's so many weird little things. I like to look at evolution as a little fat guy called Frank, and I think Frank took a lot of LSD when he made the ocean, because there's so many colors and shapes and functions, and you get seasick from less. Now this thing right here is kind of small. It's a long-legged spider crab, and they are kind of like the Kardashians of the ocean. They play dress up. You can see the claws are really small, so they can't really defend themselves. So instead, they bite off pieces of seaweed, spit on them, and then glue them to their back, and they pretend to be seaweed. So you really have to know what you're looking for. Same goes with this little thing. This is a green Alicia, or the silk snail. Now this thing is tiny, and it's usually the same color as whatever it's on. Like if it eats green algae, it turns green and stuff like that. But this thing is amazing. I mean, this guy eats algae and it keeps the chloroplasts, which is a part of the algae that photosynthesizes, puts them into this rills in his back, and when it's sunny outside, it would just open its wings and photosynthesize. So it's creating its own sugar and oxygen. So it's basically got a greenhouse on its back, or a solar panel. Another one is this one. This kind of looks like the common moon jelly, but it's actually crystal jelly. And this little thing has done wonders for medicine. From this little creature, scientists have extracted a protein called the green fluorescent protein, which has now solved 8 medical conundrums and won a Nobel Prize. And I'm figuring, if one little protein from one little jellyfish can do all of that, imagine what kind of treasures are waiting for us, just dying to be discovered, or not dying, hopefully, but just waiting for us to just open our eyes and go out there and look and just ask them. I mean, we can learn so much from this fantastic biosphere that we have underneath the surface, if we would just bother to take a look. Now, the last couple of years, I've been meeting a lot of really interesting people all around Norway. We built up this network called Rent a Biologist, which is now going to be a business. So kind of like a pimp mama, renting out my biologist to people who would want to have a little field trip into the littoral zone or into the woods. We have about 65 biologists all around Norway now. So one of the things that we want to do is create a network of people who like to educate. Science communication is so important, especially these days. And I solely believe, and I have to say sorry on behalf of science, we have failed humanity big time. We have not been able to translate what we're doing into something that makes sense to people. And the result is we have people who are anti-vaxxers, who don't believe in climate change and think that you will get COVID-19 from 5G towers, just because some guy made more sense than this old dusty researcher that was just not allowed, just wasn't allowing himself or herself to actually communicate what he or she is doing. So we are building a network now to try to educate not just the public, but also ourselves, training on science communication. And we are also now looking to kind of expand the network. So during this fall, I'm hoping that we will get everything in place. So if you do want to join us, if you're a biologist out there and you have a heart for communication, please feel free to reach out to us. I can be reached at my email, Pia i havet, which is Pia in the ocean, or post at leyenbiolog.rentebiologist.no. So with that, I say thank you for listening. I hope that you will find us on social media. Hope that you will now get really excited about going into the ocean, and hopefully we will see you out there.
Our next speaker is Braden Weinstock. His story is so compelling and filled with insights that you just have to hear his story. It's amazing how perseverance can define your life and who you become no matter what. Braden is an entrepreneurial executive whose purpose is to redesign life's systems to improve how we live. Well, Braden, the virtual stage is yours.
The year's 2009. The world's falling apart. I just lost my first corporate job. Nobody else, none of my friends, none of my family were getting new jobs. I had to move out of my apartment, move back in with my dad. And so I decided I was going to go on an eat, pray, love journey. I was going to go backpacking around India for 4 months. I took all my credit card points, all my savings, and left. I started in Delhi. I made my way up to McLeod, where the Dalai Lama lives, up in the mountains. While I was up in the mountains, I was on a hike and I got stuck in a storm, dipped into a cave, and there was another traveler there, a British man named Tom. Tom and I ended up having tea for a couple hours while it rained. He told me a story about how happy he was in his life, until one day his wife came home and asked for a divorce, sold his house, quit his job, and started traveling. He'd been on the road for 5 years. He learned to support himself playing online poker. I was amazed. After my corporate job being gone, I looked at Tom and just said, "Man, you are lucky." Tom, deadpan, said there's no luck in buying a plane ticket. What a profound thought. He took responsibility for his life, even amidst all that turmoil. He shaped it to be what he wanted it to be. I had not always taken responsibility for my life. In fact, I had taken the opposite tact when I was in high school, when I was young. I thought other people were causing all my problems. I thought my problems were happening to me. They weren't. You see, that type of thinking led me to being lazy. It led me to partying and having excuses for my life. I went from being top of my academic class in a championship wrestling team to at 18, barely graduating, getting kicked out of my parents' house, being homeless with $20 to my name. And the best I could do while my friends were going to college was I had a job at a local call center, graveyard shift. One night I was sleeping in my car and I had a quantum change experience. I had a vision where I floated above myself and I saw my life and everything that was going on inside it. And I saw how much I was failing, how different reality on the ground looked for what was going on in my head. I was near suicidal and I realized I had to make a change. So it started me on a 20-year journey. Some highlights over the last 20 years are I ended up going to UCLA at the age of 22, graduating at the age of 25 with honors, getting 2 more master's degrees along the way. I started a luxury boutique hair salon in LA. It's been up, running, and profitable for 10 years. I went to Africa and worked with social enterprises. I got a job as an operational executive at Bridgewater Associates, the world's largest hedge fund. And over the past few years, I was an executive building $1 billion company, growing it from 25 to 500 people. Sounds very different than the guy in his car, depressed. What is it that allowed for this to happen? Well, let me ask you a question. Are you the same person you were 3 years ago? If you said no, that's my insight. You see, they say people don't change. I disagree. I went from being homeless to working in the world's biggest hedge fund. Because I believe we change over time. I think we can take action to guide that change. And there's a process for that, one that is actually quite simple. First, we have to do an honest self-appraisal. I did an honest self-appraisal in the car with my quantum change moment. That allows me to see the truth of what's going on. And you see, pride is what I think of me, but ego is what I think you think of me. And ego is the one that stands in the way most of the time. But there's an antidote to this by embracing who you are, and an honest self-appraisal does that. That antidote means that there's nothing you're really probably going to tell me that I don't already know about myself. I mean, after all, I've been living with me my whole life. Think about it this way. Would you draft me to be point guard on the Lakers? I'm small, I'm slow, and I got a terrible jump shot. So no, don't draft me. And once I know those things and I'm comfortable with it, we can talk about it, and my ego goes down. Number 2, we need a vision for self. A vision for self that will allow us to see how to measure success. You see, I was at UCLA watching people with BMWs and Mercedes. I was watching movie stars go by and people get big jobs. So naturally, I thought I needed money, property, and prestige. I sought those things and they didn't bring me happiness. So what I found is I was using other people's measuring stick. And worse, I was measuring their outsides with my insides. A recipe for eternal dissatisfaction. What good looks like for me now is being a good person who changes the world and how it works to improve the quality of people's lives. That means on a daily basis, I'm a man of upstanding character. That means that I'm an informed citizen who votes. That means I get up in the morning and I do the dishes without my wife even asking. And what that gives me is happiness. Happiness is now, as I define it, being productive and fulfilled. And if I live my life using my measuring stick, I go to bed at night with peace of mind. Number 3, make a plan and take action. Do the next indicated step. The one thing I can help you learn is habit formation. The one thing I highly recommend for everybody to develop as a skill is habit formation. Habit formation is about doing the next task, the little ones. You see, we've all tried to change overnight, making New Year's resolutions that in a month fall by the wayside. It's not the way to change. But you can make habits to change who you are. And I like to think about it like a video game. My favorite game as a kid was Mario Brothers 3, where you have the raccoon tail and you fly. And see, the thing was, I would always go and try and get the whistle and skip to the end of the game. I'd have 20 lives. I'd go through the last level. I'd die 20 times, and I'd never beat the game. Habit formation is similar. You see, the reason I was dying was because I was trying to skip all the work. Habit formation starts with the small things and doing them every single day. You have to make a plan and do the next task. Make a plan and do the next task. Just like being Mario Brothers meant I needed to go through every single level and develop the skill doing the next task before I could get to the end game and win. Execution separates the sheep from the goats. Greatest of all time. If you want to be a goat, you got to do the next indicated step. And there's often a barrier to this. The barrier, fear. And that's number 4. Fail and learn. Embrace failure, and it will set you free. And there are 2 types of fear. There's the fear of not getting what you want, or the fear of losing what you have. Think about that. It's quite ironic because we all specialize in one. Mine's the fear of not getting what I want. So if I fail to get what I want, it just doesn't make any sense because I have to do it over and over to practice. That's the foundation of the scientific process, trial and error, failing and learning. So let's think about it this way. Thomas Edison tried to make the light bulb 42 times. He failed 42 times, succeeding on the 43rd because of what he learned from those 42 times. If it worked for Thomas Edison, maybe it could work for me. So I tried it. I'm here to tell you it works. It can work for you too. Embracing failure will set you free. It's just not okay to not learn from your failure. Anytime there's pain, I say to myself, Braden, do you really want to go through this pain again? If not, what can you do differently? What can you learn? Number 5, to get lucky, you got to do the reps. So we've talked about all the work you have to do, and it's not easy, you know? But they say getting lucky in life is about being at the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. So how do you do that? Well, we are only in charge or responsible for our hands, our feet, and our mouth, the actions we take. Doing the reps means doing them every day, incorporating it into a way of life. In order to be at the right place at the right time, in order to take advantage of that opportunity, we have to do the reps. Hard work allows us to capitalize on luck. And so you have to keep going. You have to keep taking the actions. You've got to do the reps. So to recap, an honest self-assessment, a vision for self, make a plan and take action, embrace the fear and learn from failure, do the reps in order to get lucky. Those are the 5 steps that we can all take to change who we are, to navigate volatile, difficult lives, and come out the other side succeeding, realizing our vision for life. Let me give you an action to practice. Download a habit tracking app. I use Habit Bull. You can use any you like. And start tracking whether or not you brush your teeth every day. When I started doing this, I was surprised to realize I only brush my teeth 89% of the time. I'm up now, more like 98. Not perfect. But it requires an honest self-appraisal. It requires having an activity you do daily. It develops your habit muscle. It also requires you to have permission to fail, which I'm going to give you right now. You have permission to fail. Before we close, I want to take you back to India. I want to tell you one more story from that trip. You see, one day I was in a cafe and I saw 2 girls sitting there, American girls, on a backpacking trip. I introduced myself. We spent the day hanging out, and then we parted ways. 2 weeks later, when I was up in McLeod, guess who walks into the lobby of my hotel? Those 2 girls, one of whom's my wife now. People say, you're so lucky you met in India. But there was no luck. You see, I was scared to talk to them, but I did it anyways. After we parted ways, I took the action of emailing her and telling her where I was in case they wanted to meet up. After we hung out in McLeod, my now wife went back to London where she lived and invited me to visit. I went and visited. And we then spent the next 4 years living in different countries dating. And I developed the habit of calling or texting to say goodnight every night, no matter what. And so it might seem like luck that we met, but really, Tom would remind me, there was no luck in buying a plane ticket.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is a mother-daughter team, Amma Edozian and her mom, Dr. Ndidi Inoli. These 2 have described each other as friends, business partners, co-founders, family, and mentors. Today, they will share their stories that delve into the importance of daring to dream foolishly. Amma, Ndidi, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello and welcome. My name is Amma Edozian, and I'm here with Dr. Ndidi Inoli. Yep, that's her. So, we're really happy to have you here with us, sharing this conversation with us. And one of the things that comes out is the journey. So we're just going to tell quite a few stories about the journey of dreaming foolishly. Yes. So I think the first question to start with is, what is dreaming foolishly? But before we go there, I just want to, as a kind of introduction, say I personally think it is a great privilege and a great honor to be here questioning my mom. She has done a lot to impact the world, in my opinion, as what online calls a corporate social responsibility and sustainability expert, but that comes across in a diverse amount of ways. I've also been privileged to see the other side of that, the backstage aspect of it. Yeah, I'm saying it, where she doubts herself and her ability to create an impact in the world, and is always overcoming her fear of fearing failure and daring to dream foolishly. That gives us right back into the idea of daring to dream foolishly. What do you mean by that?
Thank you. So there are two components. So there's daring to dream, and then there's actually three: dreaming foolishly, and then there's daring to dream foolishly. Daring to dream is something that we must all do. Where would the world be without our dreams? And they're not just about our childhood. I love my dreams. The older I get, the more I love my dreams. But dreaming foolishly, for me, is connected with something that's very African, very Igbo, which is where where our roots come from, actually. And that's defined around the concept of circularity. So weaving the past into the present, into the future. There are many things that make sense in the present that will not make sense in the future. There are many things that will make sense in the future that do not make sense in the present. And if we don't dream foolishly and indeed dare to dream foolishly, we can't reinvent the future. And that's exactly what life is about.
Very true. And also the idea of daring, it really takes courage. So next thing I want to talk to you about is this idea of courage. I think we've definitely all faced fear. We're all human. So I want you to tell a story about a time when you were in a space where you didn't have the experience to know or to predict the outcome or to even really know how to do something, right? But you put yourself in that situation where, we're all in a space where things are changing really drastically because of this whole COVID situation and not really understanding, always being outside of the comfort zone and trying to understand things in a new light. So what's a story when you were experiencing that, when you had to find a way to deal with the uncertainty or what you didn't know, learn it, and then actually accomplish what you wanted to achieve, and get done what you needed to get done?
That's a great question. There's an art to asking great questions. And that throws me right into a time when my world changed completely. I was 19. I had just completed my first year exams at the London School of Economics. That was my third scholarship, actually. I'm very fortunate to have been the awardee of scholarships that enabled me gain an education that my parents could never have afforded. And I was thrown into the deep end because my father had died just before my exams. This was a time when there was no mobile phone. Talking about past, present, future. I imagine that many of us forget that there was ever life before mobile phones, right? And someone traveled to the UK to tell me that my father had died. And I traveled to Nigeria to find out he had already been buried, and faced a family that was completely distraught, and a bank that was looking to foreclose on his furniture manufacturing factory. Now, why was that important? Because that was his foolish dream. He had given up a great job with Mercedes-Benz in Germany and taken his courageous German wife to his country, Nigeria, in the 70s to start a furniture manufacturing company that created homes, but not just created homes, used local raw material and local labor and local expertise and innovation and design to create beautiful furniture that lasted forever. And
I actually remember one that he made, which was in my Uma's house, my mom's house, and the top part was a circle and the bottom part was a circle, and you could actually move the top part. And this was something that, he had designed. So instead of passing over the table and, over people, you could just put it onto the top circle and let that turn around, just push it around so that the next person could eat what they wanted to eat, really simply.
I remember that table, actually. Mm-hmm. And what just strikes me now is the circularity of circularity. Mm-hmm. So when I think of circularity, I think past, present, future. And I'm just thinking two circles on top of each other, where the past evolves into the present, evolves into the future. And to me, again, just that is dreaming foolishly. The fact that you can merge past experiences, past wisdom, cultural values into present innovation, understanding, growth, and into projecting and protecting the future. Reaching out to young people, no matter the age. And one of the things that's beautiful about African culture, actually, again, this is something I really took away from my dad, was the interconnection between those who are old and those who are young. Those who have passed on and have moved on to the next realm, and those who are coming into this realm, the ones who are yet unborn. And somehow that continuous spiritual, sacred connection means that we look at the world differently, we protect it differently, we treat each other differently. The human being is in the middle. And, when I was fighting to hold this factory for my dad, it was the human connection that enabled me succeed. I mean, hey, I was 19. What did I know about law? What did I know about negotiating bank loans? But I asked for help. And I think that was the first time when I realized how important it is to reach out and ask for help, and to reach out and dream the impossible dream the foolish dream, and just be very clear about what you want. And in that instance, we had a loan that was 10 times its original value. It was due immediately he died. The bank was foreclosing. There was no humanity in it, but somehow we found humanity. My sponsor connected me with a lawyer who gave me his skills. I borrowed his mind. I stood on his shoulders to write the letters. And in the bank, I found a woman who probably thought to herself, who is this 19-year-old that is just, And so she gave me all the tips the lawyers would never have been able to find out. So between her tips and the lawyer's expertise and my persistence and my drive and my insistence on saving this foolish dream of my father's, which has fueled my own, we got there. We got a 75% discount on that loan. And my mother miraculously pulled together the money. Her resourcefulness, again, the resourcefulness of women, the resourcefulness of African women, something I so deeply believe in. And we saved his dream, and it continues to fuel us today.
Mm-hmm. And just as his dream fuels you, your dream has also fueled me. I know that growing up, seeing your dream in investing in the poor and the idea of corporate social responsibility being so important in developing the bottom of the pyramid, not just for the sake of the economy, but because of an understanding of these are people who have skills, who have so much within them, and just do not have access to the capital that they need to work on their dreams too. And watching you going through this kind of a journey, and I'm going to ask you a bit more about what that journey was. From your perspective, I got to see and become very fascinated with the idea of corporate social responsibility and sustainability as well, at a time when these were phrases that people just didn't use, people didn't believe in much, but which was an idea that people were starting to believe in. And now I'm really interested in this idea of using law to help support a corporation's ability to create positive social impact. But I do remember being 13 and not completely understanding what I wanted, but realizing that corporate social responsibility was something that was fascinating to me. And luckily, I had you as a mom, and you were willing to be my human connection to that world and willing to give me a space in that room. And I remember this one meeting in particular where I was sitting, on one side is Dr. Ndidi Nolly, this expert who doesn't consider herself an expert, so I'm just gonna say that, but she is, and about something that you can't really be completely sure about what it's gonna look like in the future, but I've learned a lot. And across is our CEOs and ministers in Nigeria and people that know the president personally, and Amina Mohammed is giving a speech about the Millennium Goals and teaching me and others in the room about what that means. This is something that has been the cornerstone of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is really pushing for more corporate social responsibility and positive social impact and environmental impact and economic impact as well. They all go hand in hand, right? And just being able to have that space in the room and have the support of somebody, a mentor who believed that I could also be something. I had the seed in me that could become something great, and that knowledge could help support that growth was really, really crucial in my development of my own dreams. And oh my gosh, little tears. Okay, I'm gonna move on here before I
keep speaking. Don't pass the baton back.
Okay, I'll try. So that ability
How did
to
you
believe.
see that? I thought I was disguising.
Okay. Maybe I pointed out, so now you all know. So anyway, but yeah, that support is really, really crucial. And so I'm gonna start on the next question, and you can take it when you can.
What are you saying? I can't take it?
So I think your life has proven things wrong, so I can't even go on about that. But this idea of, taking a dream and putting backing behind it, like your growing business foundation, which helped me grow so much and which helped millions of people empower themselves, is something that started as a seed that needed to be believed in. And you were somebody who held that seed and were willing to trust that this could actually be something great, right? So I'm curious about how you went from being in a space where you were dreaming foolishly in the eyes of most people about microfinance and investing in people at the bottom of the pit and investing in the poor. And you took that and your ability to empower women as well. You took that idea and you ran with it and you said, this is what I want to do. This is what I believe in. And you carried it into the Growing Business Foundation that is now 20 years running. How did that dream, the establishment of that dream, even begin?
I think that I could answer this in 2 words. Foolish dreaming. Well, if I have to go back to 27 and help you imagine. So if you close your eyes and imagine a 27-year-old who, well, she's married, she has 2 beautiful children. I'm looking at one right now. And she's got a great job. She's heading the asset management division, one of the most reputable financial firms. She's got a great boss who, she's got, gosh, I even had a corner office. I had a corner office with
nice
glass windows, ceiling to floor, opposite the CEO of the firm. It was his company. Great guy. And that's when this foolish dream caught a hold of me. I go to my boss and I say, boss, I'm going to set up the Growing Businesses Foundation. I've decided I've got to do this. And I want to do this. I want to invest in the poor. I want to take resources from where they're in ample supply and invest in these women at the bottom of the pyramid. And he said, Ndidi, you're crazy. But if you want to do that, go, we'll hold your job. And I said, no, don't hold my job. I need to go out. I need to do this. And well, he blessed it. He was a good man. He is a good man. At the time, we had moved into central Lagos. Let me describe that to you. We'd moved from Nisikoi into the center of Lagos, this very bustling city, Africa's most populous city, population of 25 million. And when you talk about high density, that's where you see it. Walk out my house every morning and I see women selling pepper and tomatoes. I see unemployed youth generating an income stream from helping cars park. And if that doesn't work, then harassing people literally to give them money in order to let them go by. Vulcanizers, barbers, women selling provisions, food stores by the side of the road. Incredible food in some cases, which, by the way, some of the biggest bankers would buy. And it became very clear to me and very real that 65% of the population, this is how our income is being made. And there was no connection to the real banking sector. And there was no connection to my day-to-day job. And this was what I wanted to do. This is what had held my father back. I had walked these streets with him. This is where I felt the pulse of Nigeria, where I felt the pulse of the market, where I felt the pulse of the economy that drove community, that drove society, where the human connection was, not with nice suits and ties. It was just real. You could touch it. And so I'd quit my job. Let's fast forward. I'm 5 months in, and I'm fast running out of my savings. 27-year-old independent woman. I was not going to be dependent on my husband for any money. I was going to contribute to the household on my own. I was going to carry my own finances. So my savings mattered. And so I went to one person who I felt would never, ever say no, and who, could. I may not have walked away with what I wanted, but I got advice which I'm going to share. And I'm hoping that perhaps it will give you something. He said to me, Indidi, don't be foolish. Why are you throwing your career away for this? And I said, but this is, I know I want to do this. I know it here in my heart. I'm even willing to die for it. And he said, Indidi, you must never be willing to die for anything. You must fight for it as if you're willing to die for it. But if it fails, you must walk away from it like you never even cared about it. I thought that was brutal. And now, when I think back, if you ask me why is it dreaming foolishly, because we have to be able to embrace the possibility of failure and do it anyway. Because we've got to be willing to believe in the dreams that we have and do them whether people are watching or not, whether they will applaud us or not. We've got to do it from in here. And this is how I felt. And what he enabled me do at the age of 27 was go home, close my eyes, and face my fears. I wasn't afraid to fail. It appeared that I was afraid of the prospect of failing. I was afraid of something I couldn't describe. In summary, I was afraid of dreaming foolishly and having to admit that the foolish dream was not a reality because it was foolish. But so what? And so somehow, and here's the big step, facing rejection, having been told for the third time that my dream was foolish, I tried again. And I went to another mentor in a nice office on the 12th floor of a bank building. And I explained, this is my dream. Most people have told me that this doesn't make sense, but I really believe in it. I really believe that these women at the bottom of the pyramid are creditworthy. I really believe that we can invest in the poorest of the poor and that they will be creditworthy and trustworthy and entrepreneurial enough to pay that money back and still build their businesses, hold their communities together, and grow their homes. He looked at me and he listened. And then he picked up his phone and said to his secretary, please go and clear out my waiting room. And then he stood up, and I stood up, and I thanked him. It was a good meeting. He had listened. I felt better. And he walked me to the door, and we walked across the hall to a room that had a big sign on it called waiting room. And he opened the door, and he ushered me in. And he said, here's your office. Well, that was GBF.
That was the start?
That was the start. It's the little things, actually. It's the small things that make a difference. And sometimes, we become more determined when we wage through challenges and failure. Once we're able to, what was it we always said? The darkest hour
is just before dawn.
Correct. Once you get through that darkest hour, it's amazing what's on the other side.
Mm-hmm. And it's always nice to hear stories of the light after the dark. And I'm going to bring it back a little bit. For you, if you're anything like me, I find it really hard to think from my gut my my thoughts come from here. If someone says it's foolish and it seems rational that it's foolish, I will believe that it's foolish instead of being willing to dream foolishly. And so just this idea of how did you personally, it might not help anyway, from this whole experience, I've learned that you and I are very different, So the way that you work doesn't always work for me, but some things do work. So I'm going to go out there and ask, how do you, or how did you, and how will you overcome and persevere through that fear of failure and not see it as those shadows that don't exist but do exist and could exist and become so frightening because of the fact that they could perhaps be real? How do you just blast through those shadows and get to a place where you're ready to dare, ready to persevere through that fear and have the courage to try?
You've again, it's a brilliant question, and you've put it so well.
Thank you.
Fear is a shadow, and that's all it is. And what happens to shadows when the light rises? They disappear. There is no strategy against darkness. There's only light. Once the light rises, the darkness disappears. Fear is like that. So what we say is that courage is not the absence of fear. In fact, if you find someone who's fearless, run. Because fear is very natural. And what I love about foolishness is that, as soon as we can laugh at ourselves and realize it's okay to be foolish, it's okay to be flawed, it's okay to cry, it's all right. And risk. So what are the things for me that really matter? One is being willing to take a risk, and taking a risk on oneself. And sometimes that requires stepping up and being willing to be wrong, being willing to be foolish. And sometimes you can be very surprised at what happens. I remember telling my husband at 27 about my foolish dream, about the Growing Businesses Foundation. And he reached into his bag and he wrote me a check for $500. And what I didn't tell you about the guy who gave me his waiting room to use in my office is that his boss, shortly after the $500 check, in Naira, that was 50,000 Naira, his boss, partly on the recommendation of the gentleman I spoke about, but also because I plucked up the courage after I received the $500 check, gave me $100,000. And that opened the floodgates for other CEOs to write their checks. And in 3 months, we had $450,000 in a bank account that was called Growing Businesses Foundation. And we had a $900,000 credit line that opened the way for millions of women all across Nigeria at the bottom of the pyramid to gain access to capital that they would never have had, to grow businesses that have created so much good. So if I wasn't willing to take that risk, to be called foolish, none of that might have happened. I was a catalyst for many other things. I don't take credit. It was really many good people coming together to do incredible things. The second thing that was very important and very helpful to me, and the reason why I cried is because it's just such a great gift to know that I could also add that value to you, Notice I'm not crying. I'm being perfectly normal. The second was to surround myself with people who challenged me, and more importantly, who believed in me, who were willing to take a bet on me. That's so important. And I call it people who can see the freedom in your seed, even if we're young and foolish and dreaming. In that seed, there is already a tree. It doesn't come from nowhere. It's not brought in from the outside. It is who we are from the very beginning. But it takes a village. My second daughter, Koso, Ama's sister, just graduated from Cornell, and she had her first, this is really gonna make me cry, had her first exhibition. And of the pieces, there are two. One is, of course, one that made me cry instantly. One is called Mother, and it's about layers, talk about layers and depth. And the second is called It Takes a Village. And that's the theme of the second thing that really helped me, and I think it will help you, is it takes a village to nurture yourself or to nurture anyone, your children, your colleagues, your bosses even. It's a very African thing, this centeredness around community and the connection, the human connection, the support that we get from each other. And perhaps the third and the final is just the freedom to be, the freedom to evolve your best self. And the fact that, again, you must allow yourself, at least I think I try to allow myself the freedom to dream foolishly. And as Amma puts it, not always think with your head. Sometimes just follow your heart. The heart sometimes leads you outside of what you're very comfortable in or comfortable with, into unknown territory that you've never been to before. As long as you remember that it takes a village, and you can stand on the shoulders of others, you can lean on the shoulders of others.
And sometimes you must.
Sometimes you must. And always remember that fears are shadows. That's all they are.
Mm-hmm.
And they're dispelled by light. And the greatest emanators of light are us and each other together.
Aww. Bit cheesy, but beautiful. And very, very true, because support is crucial. I'm just saying. Yeah, and especially at this moment, we realize how much support and the people around you make up such an important part of our lives.
I mean, just think about this journey that we've just been on. I mean, I wouldn't have had half as much fun or half as much learning or half as much growth if we hadn't done this together. So the together was actually for Amma, it's just she didn't hear it, right? It's like, thank you for walking this journey with me. I appreciate
it. And thank you also for joining us today for this half hour, which is almost done. So before it ends, just want to end going back into the past to something my Opa said. I never actually met him. He passed before I could, but his stories are everywhere in this family. He lives on. And one of the things that he always said is, or used to say, is all can be but nothing must be. So a lot of what we're saying is really something that is an idea and not really a seed yet, but it can be. And I need to figure out how to turn it into a seed in my own life. But hopefully it will be helpful for you too. And remember that as you go out and dare to dream foolishly, all can be. Nothing must be, but all can be. So have the courage to believe in yourself, and hopefully in the future we'll see some great things coming about because of your and our ability to dream foolishly for the benefit of the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next segment is one of the most interesting forms of art I have seen in a long time. Georgia Louise is an astral aerialist. That's a new one for me and perhaps even for you. Here's Georgia sharing her moving art with grace.
Don't look pretty.